Not bad. 1, 2, 3. How do I sound? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. You're gonna hear an echo. Hello. It's time. I don't think we'll finish tonight. We'll finish tomorrow. It'll be like a 2-session Charlie. That's not a thing. It's not a way anybody refers to a thing. But, I want to play some gosh darn Final Fantasy. Folks can tell me if, it's so easy to play on classic, or excuse me, easy, so that I can see the story, but I'll play on normal. Because playing this on hard will be fun too. You'll have to let me know about audio mixing. I have my TV on near me. The way my setup is here is very odd. I don't really have access to a lot of headphone stuff. My mic levels are low. That's something we can try while Yuffie talks.
Well, guys, your girlfriend.
I mean, the difference is that some people, when they say they want it really high, like, this is pretty high right here. This is like, well, I mean, when I talk right now, my mixer is showing me consistently in the yellow, and I am not at negative 24 dB. I'm at like negative 6 maybe. So, yeah. Your mixer must be the most sensitive thing on the planet. I'm making some adjustments so that I'm not peaking. And then if anything else sounds funny, that's good. I mean, I can't hear what you're... This is going to sound rude, and I'm going to use a swear for precision reasons, but I can't hear what your fucking mixer sounds like, so I have no goddamn clue. Please let me know that you can hear Yuffie, at the very least. That'd be very good.
I have orders to infiltrate Shinra headquarters and steal their ultimate materia. To prove to our common enemy.
I could probably turn her up a little bit more. I'm just worried that the noise from battle sounds will be very loud later. But I'm excited. And that's right, the first couple minutes of this has been me doing audio setup. Whoa.
Where are you?
We'll see once our first battle comes.
Already.
How things go.
Okay. If I was a man in a Moogle hat. Huh? Wait, does this mean what I think it does? Interesting.
Okay, not bad.
I gotta come to you, do I?
It's just the voices.
Some nerve.
I mean, I can't. At some point, I'm fucking Pontius Pilate and I wash my hands of this shit. You know what I'm saying? One option we can do to double check some things though is to check our options very quickly. That shit's at max, but what we can do to cheat just a tad is stuff like this. And before we start, oh, she starts at level 25? That rules. That's fucking good shit. I'm glad. Good for you, Yuffie. Let me do one more adjustment while we are like this, right? And beyond that, may God have mercy on my soul. I can't really do much more for it. Here we go. So we're into it. Yuffie's super cool. I'm gonna get that poncho. I'm gonna wear it for Christmas. This is my first time playing it now that it's on PS5, and holy shit, I don't usually go in for graphics talk. This shit's bananas-ly cool. Press square to strike a foe with the throwing star. Hold to continue attacking while putting distance between her and her enemy. Guarding just before an enemy attacks will greatly reduce the damage Yuffie takes. Good to know.
Guess you're never far from a rat in Midgard. Let's see what you got.
It's really good. Although I don't remember, there's the guard button. They're surprisingly tough for rats. Can I just start using my abilities too? Oh yeah, they noticed that I opened the menu and they were like, oh, it's time for you to do some abilities. And the answer is, yeah, I'm gonna also need to assign these to shortcuts.
Oh, it's over. Run like a chocobo. And our heroine triumphs again.
Oh, she rules. That's great. I think that Final Fantasy remake is incredibly good. Battle settings must be here. A button for high potion. Yes, abilities. Wind. Let's just assign these all to ninjutsu for now. We'll actually do it this way. Fire. Wind. And this will be lightning. Shortcuts are the best. And this way I don't need to worry as much about weird materia options. Also, I think this is the first time I'm playing this game where it's actually at 60 frames per second. And like I was kind of trying to say before, that usually doesn't matter to me. I'm not a frame rate, oh, it changes depending on, her attacks vaguely change depending on the element that you have assigned to her. That's interesting. And again, let me know later on if the voices sound too bad. It's a little hard for me to do a ton with, but you can try and fix some things. It's a little tricky. But yeah, the start of any stream, especially when I'm just winging it, is gonna be getting some things set up. Oh, you can just, oh, it's like an extra jump. For a minute I was like, why is that showing up there?
Got no time for small fry.
That's wind. Oh, the one in the air got me. Oh yeah, that flows really well. Pretty freaking great. Oh, the body landed there. Yeah, she feels great to use. In a lot of ways, the ease of her flow feels like when you use Tifa. You know, when they announced the remake, I was so skeptical. Oh, it's, oh geez. It's just one of the fellas off to their reunion. When they announced the remake, I was really skeptical because I think even for a game from, what, 1997? And maybe this is just because I'm old and the things that I grew up with are actually retro now. Even though I'm not particularly old in the grand scheme of things. You know, I think the original game still holds up incredibly well. And so when I first started playing Remake, for a while it just kind of felt like a visually overhauled, again, just what you would expect from a remake, which was cool, and I actually think the voice acting is pretty darn good, but it was like, do I need the same story just with better presentation? And the answer, thankfully, was that, oh, that's some fun environmental stuff. And the answer was eventually that they actually took the fact it was a remake and turned it into something interesting and unique, and which ultimately became what I would consider maybe my favorite game of that year it came out. I wish I had it. And I'll probably replay through the entire game, although I am in the middle of what is an incredibly hectic time for work, and I'll be traveling a lot soon. So, you know, I won't be able to stream very regularly, but I think I would like to stream through it again and have it recorded. Even though I'm very bummed out, I streamed through pretty much the whole thing here on Twitch, and some of the reactions I had to certain moments, like, really were genuine moments of intense surprise and appreciation. The moment I'm thinking of, for people who, I mean, there's going to be some degree to which what we talk about today has to spoil the nature of remake, just a tad. Can I go over here now that I hit the other one? There's a moment early on, or maybe I can't, or maybe I go around. It's hard to know where they want me to actually navigate in the environment a little. There's a moment when Cloud meets Aerith in the church, and they show a flashback to something that hasn't happened yet. I guess you would call that a flash forward, but what I mean is it's clearly a flashback to the original games in a weird way. And I thought that was amazing, and that was the moment I started to realize, oh, there's the thing I need to move. That was the moment I started to realize what the game was starting to do. And one thing I will say is I wish, I have no reason to believe that Nomura and other folks will really go as balls to the wall with making things very different from the original story that they told. Well, Nomura at the time was largely involved in art, but did some writing too. The amount of writers on actually FF7 is very, very exciting. And I guess my point is there's a chance for them to go in completely uncharted territory, but I don't think they will. I think they'll play it a little safe. Every time you see interviews, the people who want to go off the rails are the people who were like the main producers of the original. So anytime you see like group conversations, it's always someone like Yoshinori Kitase who's like, we have all these ideas. And then Nomura's the one who was like, I told them to rein it in a little. And I'm like, really? Mr. Kingdom Hearts fella? With all your lore, you don't want us to just take advantage of this blank slate? I don't know, it was very funny to me. So I don't think they'll go quite as wild, but there is still some exciting stuff going on by being pretty vague. I think it's going to hit a lot of familiar beats, or at least I would say, looking at it from the perspective of somebody with a little bit more proximity to larger scale dev now, similar places, right? By which I mean locations and landmarks and familiar iconography. But I think that iconography is going to be recontextualized, remixed, revamped, revisited with a certain type of perspective that just doesn't really, that could not have existed. You know, obviously in 1997, but I mean, like, it's something that comes after having decades of time away from a franchise, away from characters, right? Oh wow, that thing grabbed me. I'm still getting used to some of her movement stuff. It's not too hard to get used to, but there are some things here where I don't want to get killed by wolves right away. Somebody's asking about Kairi. Kiri? How do you pronounce her name? I always forget. She's from a book specifically related, not Yeah, she's a character from a book. Oh, did I knock out? Get knocked out? I'm looking at chat for a minute. That's a bummer. That's really... Is it Kyrie? I can't believe I died there. That's really... I'm looking at chat. She's from a book, which is very interesting. I think there's a couple characters that... There's that perfect guard. Oh, they can interrupt my ninjutsu. That's actually a bit annoying. Interesting. Wow, they're like hitting me for like 700. I guess I just need to learn her combat a little bit. Yeah, it's been a little while since I've played, so I'm okay with dying here. But I'm not gonna like drop down to easy or anything. But the damage there is really steep, which is kind of funny. We'll get back into the flow of it, which is exciting. See, that's disappointing because that feels like something I should be able to block, and it turns out it's almost like I'm getting command grabbed in a you know what I mean? Right, it's like Potemkin. Like I have Guilty Gear on the mind right now, as many people would, and it almost feels like I'm getting command grabbed. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'll get back into it. I'm okay dying here a few times. The only thing that's going to happen is that this is going to end up on my YouTube, and the first little while of it, it'll look embarrassing, and then eventually I'll be singing and flying again. Yeah, Throat Clamp has that exclamation mark over it, you're right. But the fact that their charge ability does 700? That's astounding. To me, anyway. So any one of them that's charging, it's like problem town. There we go. It just takes you a little while to get back into the spin of things. Interesting. I'm okay dying a few times if it makes sure that I can
Not even a thank you?
help me get back into the rhythm of things. And she has a limit break that seemed to have charged rather quickly, but maybe that was carrying over from the previous fights. Hard to say. Don't go there when we can go over here and grab stuff. Surprisingly scary wolves. I'm excited for boss fights. That's what I'm excited for. I'm also, kind of like I've said, I'm excited for 60 frames per second for this game. Not usually a thing I care about, but wow, it's great. A lot of reunion fellas out here. Why is there so many of them? They're just kind of vibing. Yeah, I think the trickier thing for me will be learning how to do the parry with Yuffie. I found that parrying was pretty easy with Cloud. But maybe that is just because it's easier to imagine a parry timing in your head when you have a big ass sword. And then eventually he gets a skill that actually just auto parries, which is a dynamite skill. But this is like, I'm not in combat so I can't show it. But it's slightly, I'll have to figure out her timing. But yeah, look at this outfit.
That rotten egg smell's gone.
Cannot wait
Must
to
have
have my
gotten
own
used to
Moogle
it.
cloak.
The way things are going, I'll be working for Shinra next.
Yeah, counter stance.
Nice try,
It's super good. It might be one of my favorite abilities in the game. Even though the sword that you learn it from is like one of the most ostentatious looking weapons that Cloud could possibly be carrying. My secret shame is that I'm a real big fan of the hard edge in terms of Buster Swords. Of course, everybody likes the original Buster Sword, but there's some good options out there. My other secret shame is that the first time I played through Remake, I never found the nail bat. And everybody was like, it's super cool, you gotta find a nail bat, it's like super funny. And I was like, that does sound super funny, but I didn't find it. I probably just didn't go down a corridor once. I have some mixed thoughts about making a game that's so much just Midgar, but the way that they've made Midgar feel like a much more honestly populated area, I think works for me. The starting stuff with Cloud, his side quests aren't as great. When you get to, I believe it's Sector 4, all the stuff with Ares, all those side quests are much better. I think it would be really cool if they had more DLC chapters and you could, and they just gave you the opportunity to play them. Almost like a playlist, right? To have them integrated into your main playthrough would be great. Instead of having them kind of partitioned. But I can understand why that might feel a little weird.
Wait up!
But I really just wanted to play this. Oh my god, is that my friend Chadley?
So, Jijie, why didn't you come meet me before?
Hey Chadley.
I figured an elite W agent could find their own way.
I may be
I want to
elite,
have
but
you
it's not
battle
like
a
I've ever
summon.
been Midgar. And what exactly is a W anyway?
It's me, your
Anyone
friend
who knows where you
Chadley.
just came from, think of it as a code name. Still can't believe they sent a kid to do this job.
This kid could kick your ass!
I'm
Saying
interested
your
in the
fresh
way
face
that
is
this
all.
game,
Oh, don't worry.
or this
I know
episode might
exactly what
explore
you're saying.
the politics of Avalanche and stuff a little bit more. Because look
He's
it,
also
those
really
here are our.
Here we are. Ladies first.
From the news, they didn't get caught. It'll turn up.
Right?
When they do, we're gonna treat them to a feast.
I can eavesdrop on them.
Almost taste your pizza now, Jesse.
That is as soft as it is on stream as it is on my TV. Something about the mixing there is very odd. Yeah, I think having more focus on Wu-Tai and a little bit more focus on the Avalanche stuff is interesting. My greatest fear though is that it will ultimately end up a little wishy-washy. Right, because Barrett's one is, you know, they say, you know, he's the one with the Splinter group that went all violent. And I'm like, well, then what are these fuckers doing, right? Like, the people who ultimately change the world are also the people who take action, which means that is Barrett,
These two
which
are
means in
Billy
this
Bob
case
and
it's going to
Polk.
be Yuffie. And I
That's
know,
Niall.
Hi.
I posted that
My
scene
name
where,
is Yuffie, Materia Hunter
oh,
and
she's
Elite
so good.
Special Forces
where
operative
Barrett
for
was
the
talking
new
about the complicity of people
I
doing
have
nothing.
orders to infiltrate
And
Shinra
somebody was
agents
like,
and
yeah,
steal
but
their
later on in
ultimate
like disc
materia.
3, he says he was wrong to
prove our
do
common
so many
enemy
bombings.
that
And I'm
Wu-Tai
like,
is not to be trifled with.
sort
Members
of,
of
but also
Avalanche,
like,
with your full support, we got this.
he's one of, for all the things
Ready to
that
rumble,
you
huh?
can say
You
about
better believe it.
his
So, did you
presentation,
guys meet
I mean, there's
Sonon
things
yet?
about Barrett in this game that I
He was
don't
supposed to
like.
be here.
Yeah,
And they're the
3
small
days ago.
thing, well, not the
He's
small
out on the
things,
town
but
as we
they
speak.
range
Everybody seems to
from
be enjoying it here.
things that are
Does,
visual
does he?
that people
got any
might
bags?
not pay attention to. And then other things, right? Like, I wish that dude had, like, proper hair instead of normal, you know what I'm saying? Like, that sort of stuff. But I also think that Remake Barrett has, feels so much more principled, I think, than the way that he's written in 1997. Right? I think, like, there's a... For all you could say about...
Guess you do.
Sheesh, you ninjas are insane.
A lot of aspects of how that character is presented, even in Remake, he feels more...
Yuffie, and wait here for Sonon.
I have a more coherent understanding
should be ready for pickup
of
by
who
now.
Remake Barrett is than I do of Barrett in 1997.
Besides, you reek of
Which
trouble.
is to this game's benefit, right? But my worry is that in portraying Barrett's group of Avalanche as some sort of aberration, there's going to be ways in which discussions about terrorism or direct actions ends up being a little wishy-washy.
I just want to make sure I have the plan down pat. You know, like how to get up top and all that.
One of my biggest fears, that expanding upon this is cool because it brings more politics to things. It makes the world feel lived in and a little bit more rounded and like something you can actually breathe and take in. But I also worry that it will spread itself too thin or mix metaphors a little. But this is me talking as somebody who's not played through all this episode and obviously hasn't seen where they might take this story in the future. That being said, I said I wasn't old earlier. The idea of playing these games for another 10 years is like terrifying to me. Right? I'll say that.
So the materia I'm looking for is in the Shinra building, right? And where is that exactly?
Ignorance truly is bliss, huh?
What did you just say?
I guess my point is, Barrett's out there doing the bombings, and it is morally permissible, I believe, to blow up the property of people who are actually draining the literal lifeblood of the planet. And Yuffie is here about to steal from corporations, and I would say it is morally permissible to steal from evil corporations who are destroying the planet. And anybody who tries to act like that is complicated is, I don't know, maybe not somebody you want by your side when the shit goes down.
Don't hold out on me now. I know you know. Actually, I kind of don't. At least, not an exact location. All I know is that Shinra, for most purposes, treats materia as a weapon. Which means the advanced weapon.
And they try and go over this a bit with Barrett and Tifa,
that's in the basement,
but it doesn't quite land as well as I would like it to.
So, Shinra hides its top secret materia in the basement.
But I don't think that's a fault of that inherent desire to have that tension or that discussion. I actually think that's a fault with how Tifa is written. Which is to say, I think it's understandable, like post the initial bombing, to have Tifa be like, "Oh damn."
Got all the info you need?
Did I? Thought I had. Or is there more stuff? There's something hiding over here?
You know about the VR combat simulation module?
Huh? It's that thing that...
Kinda. It's a machine that puts you
I was gonna say, I think it's like totally normal for a character
guy around the corner has one.
like Tifa to maybe be like, "Oh dang, we're like really in it."
Cutting edge down here. So what do you say? Want to try it?
But the way that manifests very much is the way that they write Tifa, it ends up being like, should we stop the bad guys? And the answer, the conversation that she should be having is not should we stop the bad guys, right? But like, is this the method by which we get what we want?
Yuffie, might want to wait for Sonon before hitting the city.
Nope. Oh, can I not?
Sonon's still not back? What's Walmart get? Let's just say
But I
it's
think
a
about
place
that
for
stuff a
people
lot.
with mature
Because I think that
tastes.
the way that this game presents its world as much more lived in, and we have much more of a chance to talk to its characters and things like that. The more that some of those failures in discussion, failures in the conversations that it might have, become more noticeable to me. Particularly as somebody who is finally at a point where I can comfortably say I'm an adult. By which I mean somebody who spends more time thinking about this stuff, not just from a critic's perspective, but from like a lived person perspective, than I did when I was playing the original game as a kid. Right.
They're taking down Midgar one citizen at a time. I salute you, Happy Turtle. Come to think of it, there's a man
Happy Turtle. It's interesting to think about what the Happy Turtle is a little bit here, because
average Midgar male. Might be from Wutai. I gotta find him. Man deserves some Dachau beans.
She was like, I think she just said there's one in Wutai. And it's interesting to think about that in terms of we know that after the war, Wutai, I mean, in the original game, they turn it almost into a vacation destination, right? They really trade in on their image as their means of rebuilding after the war. And I think it's interesting for her to be like, oh, Happy Turtle. And you're like, oh, is there like a Happy Turtle brand? A chain? We're going to play some fucking Fort Condor, though. Somebody says, I was watching a Let's Play of the remake from a pretty chill YouTuber, and she had a visceral negative reaction to Barrett's methods, and it really bothered me. Well, you know, I'm not... My positions are very clear on a lot of things, in terms of what the degree to which I think, especially fictional characters, right, can engage in any amount of dramatic, anti-fascist, anti-corporate actions. But also, I think it's less common these days to have characters who, who openly engage in that degree of resistance. Right? Let's see what these are. And then I just build up. I have spells that I can use. Fire and Cure. Interesting. This is a much more robust version of Fort Condor than I was expecting. It's a beginner's one, right? So the idea is just go to the tower and blow it up. And security officers are the ones with the rifles. It's interesting. I actually like this presentation quite a bit. I know it's going to get more intense than this initial battle. We just need to block them off until we can destroy their things, right? And it pushes back the line, which is interesting. Yeah, I like the way that they've made these characters look a little bit more like the poly versions of characters in the original, which is really cool. Yeah, exactly. Has that feeling of the original. Units take a certain amount of ATB. but we surely have won. Right? But I think also, like, people, not to focus too much on the talk we were having before, I think a lot of people forget that the opening of the game is explicitly about you as a mercenary working for a group of actively destructive, by which I mean people who destroy property, eco-terrorist, right?
Damn, Yuffie, how'd you do that? You totally kicked my ass.
You mean
that part of what Final Fantasy is has been over the decades, especially, kind of elided and shaved off.
Sure about that? Whereas if you beat
the game when we discuss it. We talk about it in terms of, because as time has gone on, it's become, at least as a form of pop culture, right? Almost, it has that same mythic quality that Superman does. The thing that people talk about is the struggle between, you know, Cloud and Sephiroth and these big, almost godlike heroes going back and forth and doing whatever. When, to an extent, the two biggest cores of Final Fantasy VII are questions of violent resistance, whether that is against the corporation or against like what does it mean to resist against grander ecological or existential threats? Is it worth doing? Like, what is, like, once Meteor is above your head, what are you fighting for even more? Can you fight? Those are important discussions. And then also, it's a game about, to an extent, allowing yourself to recover from trauma, right? And explicitly, in allowing yourself to recover from trauma and integrate every aspect of yourself into a more authentic person, you then become someone who is much more equipped to take on the burden and the struggles of violent resistance towards capitalist forces or towards theoretical grander, existential forces. The reason that Cloud can succeed is that Cloud eventually understands that he's been lying to himself, that he's buried a part of himself, that he hasn't allowed himself to heal, right? There's other characters with giant swords that go through this same arc. It's one of the reasons Berserk is so good, right? Those superficial aesthetic similarities point towards a similar truth, which is that if Berserk is something about trauma, then Final Fantasy VII is also a game intimately about trauma. And not just Cloud's, right? It's about Tifa's trauma. It's, to some extent, it's about Vincent's. It's about, especially after Sector 7, it's about Barrett's. It's about broader things like Yuffie, right? Like the struggle, the pain, the trauma with Yuffie and with Wutai is the trauma of a nation. It's the trauma of a people who have been beaten and who have then been embarrassed and to an extent subjugated by the violent capitalist forces that, made it so that this guy has to stand on a street corner and try and convince people, hey, come to our restaurant or whatever, right? Like, I'm boiling it down very reductively, but, it's true. We have to find all these happy turtle flyers, by the way. I've been talking over it. And once you overcome that trauma, it's what do you do once that trauma is overcome? How do you once you have self-actualized, how do you turn that catharsis into positive, important and community-saving, community-redeeming action. It just happens to tell that story in the confines of a world with a talking dog and a bunch of giant monsters and other stuff. But when you boil down Final Fantasy to certain points, those are among the discussion points you have when you're looking at the text of... Oh no, it's her. The text of Final Fantasy VII. I think I want to find some other people to play Fort Condor with first, and then Shifty Gal.
That's just weird.
I hope anything I said made sense there, because I've not been commenting so much on the main game as I have been commenting on Final Fantasy broadly.
Or like super lame. Not his name is Midgar.
I don't get to talk like this very often. My days are very private.
I could really use the training, you know. Sure,
partially by choice.
But you do know it's gonna cost you, right? One match, 3 gil. Hey.
Writing is hard. Writing is very hard. Critical thinking is harder. I guess I'll try this. There's a degree to which the work I did bled me dry. Right? Sorcerer board. Guard dogs seem nice. We could try this board. But also, I don't think about these things or talk about these things too often or stream like this very often. This is where I'm open again. I'm depressed as heck. I've been trying to write my Skies of Arcadia stuff for like a month, almost 2 months. It's just not happening. Sometimes life throws you little bubbles, but then you get to play a game like this, and you get a little bit more focus, right? You feel something stirring again, which is exciting. We're gonna start pushing up enemies. My ATB bar fills relatively slow. Keep them posted there. My next up are 3 cost or a 2 cost. This is gonna be tricky. Oh, there's a interesting. There's like a weapon wheel deal here. If this is happening, then I'm gonna wait until we get 1 more ATB bar. What beats swords? Blast Ray will. And then 2 more here. This will actually be good, because we'll be hitting them for weakness damage. While this guy is up here just hitting her tower a little. Yeah. So we have, and if I wanted to, I could even start to do some interesting damage stuff there. And like try and guard some of these lanes. And we'll wait until we get to level 3. And get a Helitrooper up here, right? We're just gonna keep on pushing up as much as we can. And we might be able to drop another one of these spider dewies, right? So that'll be good. Although actually, we'll want to drop it back here. The downside of this board that I have is that my units cost a lot. But those should do decent damage. We just gotta start focusing on these towers as much as we can. We'll get another Helitrooper out there, I think. Well, no, we need something that trumps that, so advantage. Right. And I just want units on the board. I want one that can sneak off to the side. I'm hitting the wrong thing. And then at 3, we're going to let this get to 3. Get another blast ray out there. And we'll let it get to 2 and we'll do a slug ray, right? I think we win though. Yeah. This is actually kind of fun. I like the way that they're doing Fort Condor here. It's so funny to think about Fort Condor as a thing you actually had to do.
Excuse me? I cheated and I still lost?
She cheated? How would she cheat?
What can I say? Talent trumps all.
Was her ATB like moving way too fast and I didn't even realize it?
7 gil at least. As if.
That was easy enough because I used my brain and used the weapon triangle. I played Fire Emblem. We're gonna spend a lot of time in these slums just chilling.
So, what can I do you for?
This fellow has Condor coin stuff that I can redeem for units. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, she was pouring out a lot of units for a while, so it's maybe they were discounted. Her turtle senses are tingling.
Is that the song of the turtle I hear?
I hear the happy turtle jingle. But I can't tell. Look at this feels like so much more of a lived-in space. It's just hard to tell where. Oh, this one of them? I guess I was like, can I go through these boxes? Happy Turtle was playing through my controller there. I hope you could hear it. It's pretty good. I wasn't expecting the boxes. Let's run around and look for some more flyers and a couple other things. And hopefully some more people to play Fort Condor with, because it turns out I think I'm super into Fort Condor. It's pretty good. Wow, what's over this area? Look at these fuckers.
Sir? What are we gonna do? We're going to concentrate on our jobs and not worry about things that...
Oh, is the new recruit is the guy who, in the main story, opens the fence to let people escape. Right? Are those the two? That's an interesting moment, in some ways.
Can't believe those freaking morons. They damn near got themselves eaten trying to hide that stupid...
I will say, when they add in normal characters, their names are like Bob and Weimer, and I'm like, I guess that works, but it somehow feels more modern to me to have like people who are named Billy Bob, even though we already had Chocobo Bill and stuff and whatever. Somebody says, used to love watching the Kotaku streams. Yeah, we've been doing streams over at Double Fine where we've been playing through all of Psychonauts, and Tim's on every time we do it. And last week we had Richard Horvitz and Nikki Rapp on, the voices of Raz and Lily, which was really cool. Is that gonna get me Happy Turtle? Hey, Happy Turtle.
You thought you could hide from me, didn't you?
Yeah, something about the mixing on the incidental dialogue, right? It's like you just hear it, but only a little. Which is kind of an interesting way to do it. It's like you're getting snippets of conversations, which I guess is the point, but I mean, like, there's a degree to which you also want to, like, eavesdrop on the people of the slums, right? I will say the amount of time you spend in the slums does make the impact of the plate drop, in theory, hit harder, right? You can get through, in the original Final Fantasy VII, you can get to the plate drop incredibly quickly. There are some times in Remake where things are bloated a little bit too much. The biggest example of which is Airbuster. Airbuster does not need to be a fight like that, but it is. And it has like some of the most hardcore music in the entire game, and it's Airbuster. Airbuster's a fucking jobber of a robot. Which I always thought was weird. What the fuck?
I simply want to finish what we started. Now let me see that dour face of yours. Why, hello there.
You can't just put Roche here.
But you remind me of a dear friend of mine. Perhaps you've
Look at this idiot.
I don't know. Is he Shinra too?
Perhaps. My name is Roche, by the way. Ordinarily,
I hope he shows back in the other games and we have a Roche battle
give me pause.
each game.
But not today, for I am here on business of a personal
He's trying to call out Cloud.
looking for my aforementioned
At this
friend.
point of the game,
What's his name?
they are doing Sector 5 bombing, and presumably Cloud is already with Aerith
Need for speed,
or
as
so.
they say. And
Like
while
it's
he
around
boasts
that
a
time
very
frame.
large sword, his first love is plainly his mount.
Yeah, he sounds great. Say.
Oh my
is that
god, can I
Fort
play
Condor
Roche
see
in
over
Fort
there?
Condor?
You play?
I'm always ready for a round of Fort Condor.
This is great.
I suspect a
This is
delicate
the
flower
type of
like
stupid
you
shit
would
that I'm
wither
100%
if
on board
exposed to
for.
my scorching passion for the game.
Great.
Maybe after some practice.
I think I need to get to a higher level before he will allow me to fight him.
Nice try, but no.
So I have to beat more Fort Condor opponents by the looks of it before I can... A lot of like, if you wish to fight me, you must first prove yourself stronger. Which is always good. This guy's Fort Condor material.
So when your opponent leads with this, you respond
Shinra.
with this? This game is insane.
Hey there, Suit. How's that
Well, I don't think
conversation
that's
with
true
yourself
because I'm
working
pretty
out?
sure we're gonna
Oh,
see
sorry,
Barrett and
I didn't
Tifa
mean to
and some other
disturb
people
anyone.
at the very
My
least.
daughter's been dying to play this game.
This is
and I
absolutely the
promised to
guy from the
teach her.
train.
But first, I have to teach myself.
Everything's connected.
That game wouldn't happen to be Fort Condor, would it?
It's super fascinating.
I hope you figure stuff out.
I'm
will?
just so surprised. I mean, none of the conversation I'm having tonight is particularly smart. I'm so surprised by how much I have come to really respect what this game is doing. Riot Trooper. What if we swapped out Riot Trooper for Sentries or Shock Troopers are 2 cost, have more health, and do more damage, or do about the same damage, right? So this is just, this right here is, I mean, it's flying. There's a difference because it's not flying, but that is almost just a straight upgrade, it feels like, right? So we could have a lot of our bases covered here and still have a pretty good board like that. Yo, Fort Condor owns? Alright. We need to start putting down defenses. What do we need? 2 ATB. I want a guard dog up there, so I'm actually waiting for my ATB to fill. Guard dog will beat that. I don't have any one-cost units. Maybe they exist, maybe they don't. Shock trooper here to take care of these. This is kind of tricky though. We want to start hitting their stuff. We want to start whittling down what we can. And slowly building up that line. I wonder if I can drop a turret this far up that starts... Yeah. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I can. That's interesting. These low-cost shock troopers are pretty nice. Or they're lower cost than the guard dogs. I think we bust out our bigger guns here, which are our big spider fellas, though. We use this spell here to really get some movement going, and then we're gonna pop out another robot or something. Well, actually, no, we'll go to guard dog time. We'll just start really pushing stuff up. Oh, my line got pushed back, that's why. Oh, they're building up a lot. We just gotta start really pushing stuff out. Shock trooper will be good to take out. But they're getting close to my Condor. Yeah, I really want to start moving stuff up. Not casting fast enough. I think he got me. Yeah. There's ways we can work around that. He has a lot of green units. If we built up red a little bit more, right? Red defeats on the weapon wheel. So we would do something like this, where we're able to drop a lot of red units. And then our one blue unit could be like a riot trooper or something, right? We could try something like that. His greens are elites. Interesting. Yeah, because we can just start putting up pressure on units of his that are really gonna hit the right spot. And in fact, I'm gonna try something interesting from the start to get some pressure really going, which is delete security officer like pretty early on. Because the next thing we have to do is guard dogs. Because we can freeze that. Guard dogs do more damage. And then we'll drop a Hella Trooper next. So, I mean, you can kind of play it by doing some elemental advantage stuff. A little bit if you wanted to. I can even drop more units here. Just a little. By really keeping this pressure up front. Keeping that time going. Because the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to save up for another elite trooper. Or... oh, he beat the fella. So actually what we're going to do is wait for a lot of our ATP to fill. Yeah, I'm going to be playing a fair amount of Fort Condor tonight before we even get to like a lot of story stuff. Those are disadvantaged, so I can just take units that have relatively clear advantages, and we start destroying some of his towers, right? And I'm going to actually just toss a riot trooper out there to get the bodies. And then, as we're moving the lineup, just like pressure, right? And we're actually going to save up for our elite now. Or maybe we can do guard dog. Actually, that'll be a weakness against that. And we can guard dog here. Because the line's going to push up. And we'll get that going. I think they got me again. Interesting. We can get this though. Fort Condor fucking rules. What if I did starter board and I messed around with this again? Yes. Security officer, guard dog. And then shock trooper. This is a decent spread, it feels like. Can't believe this middle manager bullshit fucker bastard. Imagine if that was like how I really felt about it. I can start immediately with an elite, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. Because the minute we're gonna hit 2 is the minute we're also gonna start sending a security officer here. And we're gonna start pushing the shock trooper here. And we're gonna heal our elite. Just have a slug ray to match his slug ray. Yeah, I bought a couple of new units, which I've liked. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to deploy, actually... another elite. Use fire there. And then I'm gonna toss out a guard dog. Yeah, the momentum here is like way better. Yep. So the trick there for that one was get just value on the board way faster than I was doing.
To get the hang of this.
Starting to get the hang of what?
This, Zolani, is, in the original Final Fantasy VII, there's a tactics game, a tactics minigame called Fort Condor, where you have to defend a fort against a bunch of Shinra soldiers. And here, they've turned it into, like, the Beyblade thing. Will I ever play Into the Breach in the future? I've played plenty of it. I'm not as good at it as everyone else. I want to find some of these happy turtle things too. And also just talk to people.
So, what can I do you for?
We might have more Condor. Might not. I'm trying to find more places where I can spend those delicious Condor coins. Oh, there's materia over there. Is there... Why is he bringing me in here? That'll probably do main story stuff, like we can get Sonon to show up. Is it gonna make me talk to Chadley?
Searching for candidates. Candidate detected. Performing physical analysis.
It's my good friend Chadley.
She seems relatively agile and has substantial muscle mass for her stature. An acceptable candidate.
Hey, you want to tell me what you're mumbling about?
My apologies. My name is Chadley.
The bad news is I will have played Fort Condor so much that my actual combat skills will have atrophied.
Combat. It would entail doing
until
battle with
I
a summon in a virtual arena using this portable simulator.
I'm just a disaster.
Interested?
Sure. Why not? I'm a kick its butt.
Very well then.
VR missions. Oh, I'll beat the shit out of Ramuh. This is how we can get some summons. Good shit. Oh. It's a little hard. Abilities. Absorbs lightning. Greater resistances. Weak to wind. Good to know. I can work with that. Oh no, I'm stuck. Oh, that was weird. I got like stunned, like it almost felt like I was electrifiedly stunned.
It was a close match.
It was not a close match, Chadley. Let me do it again. I've lost so many fights on stream right now. I feel self-conscious.
Sonon's gotta be back by now.
I'm playing.
Can I assume you're ready to do battle with a virtual
I'm playing
summon?
like a games journalist. Haha, right? Bada bing, bada boom, baby. But now we know he's weak to wind. If I use this S, do I just get inherit damage bonus? Because that'd be great. But otherwise, I'll just use wind ninjutsu a ton. What is the lock on button? There we go. Wow, he does hit pretty hard. Yeah. Once I get him into the right rhythm, we can get there. I don't like how it dumps me back out and makes me talk to Chadley.
I did manage to obtain some invaluable data. Analyze and learn from your mistakes so that you can claim victory next time.
Chadley, just let me fight. I'm getting used to some of these things again. But yeah, I'll fight Ramuh. We'll get Ramuh materia, and we'll be able to summon. He is very large, and I am a small, what, 15-year-old girl? The thing is that if I get hit, I stagger. I'm trying to, like, does she have a dodge roll? She does. I was like, I'm so not used to playing as Yuffie right now that I'm like running around like a wimp. But see, if I hit those things on the ground, you see how I get shocked? And I think it takes away some ATB as well. So I'm just figuring out some of these quirks again. Yeah, he hits like he tracks. So I'm trying to figure it all out. We can get there, though. Well, maybe not if I do that. Ah! Oh, it hurts. No, it just gives me the opportunity to give up. I'm gonna do this until I win. Somebody says they came back with Sonon. I want to give it a try. I want to at least have a good college try. I don't like... I'm a bit embarrassed coming in here and like having wolves beat me up, and now that... I mean, it is the literal god of thunder, so I shouldn't feel that bad. But also, you know... Let's see. Let's just see. For the sake of my curiosity, if I can land some decent hits. Pretty tough. Like, look at the tracking on that attack. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to dodge roll away from that shit. See, if you get hit once, like, that stun locks me. I straight up. That one will hit. It's like full stun locking. Like, if I get hit by one thing, I feel like I'm...
What a shame. It was a close match. Analyze
I feel like I'm guaranteed to get stun locked. So maybe we'll try like 1 or 2 more times. But then I also like want to get some Fort Condor done, want to find the things. And then I actually want to do the goddamn story. I hope I am entertaining enough to justify this diversion and these failures, because deep down inside, I am filled with performance anxiety about everything constantly. Some people are like, you're a very confident person, Heather, and the answer is no, I'm screaming on the inside all the time. Yeah, see, look. I'm not entirely sure, like, if that hits. Like, that's not great. I do have a better understanding of his moves. My question is if I can parry his other stuff. But see, that stuns me, man. He's gonna get some free fucking hits here. So it's a little hard to know. See, look. He hit me once. So I have mixed thoughts about what's going on here with my good buddy Ramuh. Ramuh, as we say in America. Like, the reason I dodge roll like a friggin' bananas person there is because one hit. Yeah, I have no answer for that. I actually have no genuine understanding of if I can parry those or not. It feels like I shouldn't be able to because it's just electricity, right? So I can cheese it a little. But if he hits me once here, I'm dead. Yep. I don't understand. There must be a pattern to those, right? But I want to try it like 1 or 2 more times because that feels like progress, right?
What a shame.
The issue is like, if I hit and run until I can get my limit break stuff going, like that's not a satisfying way to perform combat. But like the dodge roll doesn't feel sufficient for getting out of the range, at least right now, of those sword strikes. And maybe it is directional. Maybe I need to dive very much in the correct direction. But see, like that just, all 3 of them connected. So I... Oof. So this is winnable. I can see the pattern in my brain. That might kill me though. I can see it. You know what I'm saying? Like when you see something in your brain and you're like, I got it. I'll do like 1 or 2 more, but honestly, this is bad stream. This is bad stream. And my persistence is inspiring. And maybe I would just like do it if I wasn't streaming. But we can, like we said, we can come back with our buddy and do it. But there's a degree to which this is like kind of my bullshit. But see, like I don't know how to dodge that at all. This one is... But that is when he's the falchion attack. It's like I don't have. See, like one hit attacks and it's really 3. Which is frustrating to me. That's my Discord. I'm stunned though. So if he does another hit there, I'm dead. Or almost dead. So I gotta dodge some shit. Or... This is dead. This is death. Yep. It's not even a matter of not having played the game for a year. It's a matter of
what a shame.
Some of his attacks feel like they stun lock me. I don't know how to dodge that falchion attack. If the answer is you can parry it, the timing of the bananas narrow. Unfortunately. So we'll do like 1 or 2 more attempts. Because I do feel progress in the evening. But see, like that, I don't have any... I don't have a perfectly good understanding of how to deal with this attack at all. Look. So I managed to dodge one of them. That's almost, that feels Dark Soulsy of like, did you roll in the right direction? But I don't know what the right direction is. But that's gonna hit me multiple times, right? See what I'm talking about? It's like real mixed thoughts. So I'll do one more. Is what I'll do.
Shame. Analyze and learn
Chadley
from your
just
mistakes.
tossing
So can I assume you're ready to do battle with a
shade. I
virtual
hate
summon?
his design. I hate Chadley so much. I don't hate Chadley. I don't get him. Some of his stuff is predictable. So that one, on the final one, if I dodge left, I didn't mean to hit the lightning ninjutsu. I need to hit wind. See, I can dodge that last one. You see how I did that? So the question is, what are the directionals for dodging those last two? If I crack that, I actually have cracked most of the game. So if he kills me here, I don't care, because I think there's like some sort of pathway here. So I'll do 1 to 2. But also, I'm losing people on the stream, and this is embarrassing, and
can I assume you're ready to do battle with a
I don't know.
summon?
I'm self-conscious lately, and I shouldn't be. It's my stream. I just wish I knew which way to dodge roll for those other things, right? Because we've figured out how to dodge that last one. Right, like that's the dodge right there. See, like, this is when it starts to flow. You just gotta get there for a minute. That hits hard, though. Yeah, see, like, the range on that's wild. So, like, that fight was opened up a ton because I was able to get my elemental stuff going.
What a shame. It was.
But, like,
analyze and learn from your mistakes. So that can I assume you're ready to do battle with a virtual summon?
There's still a degree to which, like, his stuff tracks on. It's bananas. So I don't know. It feels very doable, which is exciting to me. But I don't want to turn this into a Dark Souls stream. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, like, the nature of the stagger is too much. It's like, I have really mixed feelings about that.
It was a close match. However, analyze and learn from your mistakes so that you can assume you're ready
I mean
to
it this time, one or two more.
Summon.
Because this is actually, I don't want to sound like I'm rage quitting or anything, but it's more, I don't, like, she flinches at everything. Like, every attack is a flinch attack. So if I get hit, I'm not getting hit once, I'm getting hit 3 times. Which is... right, like... now I'm stunned. This is gonna hit. And maybe kill me? But recoverable. But I need that wind element stuff going. But also, fucking lol, right? Like, of course. Like, sometimes he decides to hit me once. And I don't have a firm understanding of his mechanics. Every time I think I do, I don't. I want to heal one more time. Well, actually, no, I need. No, actually, I will heal one more time, and then I need my wind stuff. And that's it, I really gotta get my shit done. Don't you fucking falchion me at all. See, like, that's gonna hit me 3 times now. Like, that's bananas! I don't understand it at all. That's gonna be a big one. That's gonna maybe hit multiple times. just get some damage and some pressure on him. Yeah, see, like... Did you see how that second hit tracks so far? It tracks really far. So I can like attrition this, but it's not going to be sexy. Because I can dodge that last one if he ever does the last one. The frustrating thing to me is ultimately found in... First off, he does a lot of damage. See, like, I can't deal with that tracking. Her ranged attacks suck, and they have such a limited range. So no, I'm not sticking to the ranged attacks at all. That's not how this character is built. I'll come back to this one. But that's not how that character is built at all. She's not a character who just throws. Her throw leads to a teleport. So I'm throwing to mark where I want to go. It's essentially a gap closer the way it currently functions. It didn't when I was using it. I can do one more. Want me to do one more? But I also don't want a backseat again. But I'll do one more.
Can I assume you're ready to do battle with a virtual summon?
I'm doing this more to prove a point to you, stranger. But maybe you're right. It always opens with the same thing, which is nice. This is going to be Falchion. What's he going to do? I didn't need to do fire. Maybe, but I don't know how well it will work. I gotta switch over to wind. It's not effective in the way that I mostly like. The downside here being that most of the other stuff is fundamentally true. Which is to say, I get supremely stun locked by pretty much everything this fucker does. And my attacks are not strong, and he's just, no way. Yeah, I'm not. As much as you're partially right about the range,
analyze and learn from your mistakes.
It doesn't make anything essentially more viable. I don't find. None of them.
Parachute him? Telling him what we need to do is reach out to the other sectors. Set up some kind of trade link, one just for us grounders.
I've wasted so much time on my stream.
Man, just my luck. Hey, you remember the last time we went out for drinks? We were swapping war stories.
Like an obsessively gross amount of time trying to beat up a dude. to the point that if I put this on YouTube, I'm just gonna edit out a lot of that. It's not exciting, it's not interesting.
Don't freaking scare me like that. I'm highly strung. You're trying to
When we could be playing for Condor and like getting through some things and getting Sonon and eventually getting there.
Say what? Me? Nuh I was just, you know, thinking about stuff. Huh? Yeah, like how to bag that sweet, sweet Fort Condor prize money. It's my ticket out of here.
So you're after the Grandmaster too? Sorry to burst your bubble, Mr. Shadow Lurker, but I'll be the one taking home those spoils of war.
Well, over my dead body, you will. My life's on the line here. I deserve to eat. I deserve to live.
You beat up Johnny. Easy peasy. A lot of blues, which means I think we need a lot of greens. Right? Blues will beat my reds. So I think it would look something like this. Elite Grenadier. They're using fire on my Condor? That's something I would not have considered. I want 4 ATB here. I want a Grenadier, and then I want a Sentry Ray up close. It's like not the best solution, but they're so green heavy that so far, so good. We'll toss out a red there too. Actually, no, we'll just toss out another Grenadier. Because they'll end up taking this guy out pretty easily. We're actually gonna wait until we get to 4 bars. Outside of fighting Ramuh, what else have I done? A lot of Fort Condor. Because I really enjoy it. Oh wow, they pushed back my line a fair amount there. We just gotta be aggressive. Oh wow, he summoned another thing. It's gonna be a race. We should win though. So far, the big thing that's mattered is just like looking at the enemies.
Fortune. Goodbye, pride.
Now I'm taking down Midgar
board and just like
at a time.
really saying,
What'd you say?
doing the
All
rock
of
paper
Midgar is
scissors.
gonna suffer the same fate.
I heard some talk about how plating.
Bomb one reactor. I seriously don't get how I could have lost.
What is this over here?
I haven't seen you around here before.
Someone's
Is this just gonna take me back to Chadley? I think it does. That's Chadley.
Wars are coming, no problem. Word is there's a new up-and-coming game.
This is Happy Turtle. Not bad. The Ramuh fight is just, I wasted too much time on it. There's a version of this where I can very easily win it. Hey, it's Jessie. Oh, she's rank 2 for Condor.
Shinra. I get it. I should be up there with them. Not that I'd be much use, but still.
Oh well, so much for 7th heaven.
Don't be sad. We gotta find some of these turtle flyers too. We haven't really gone down this way. Just kind of running around in case I find any random ones.
So get this.
All about exploration.
Just look at him gouging prices. Y'all are in luck.
The hell? Is this blood?
There you are. Get back here, you little turtle thief!
Cat!
There it is. The call of the turtle. Different cat.
It's like a cat party.
Nope. Got the wrong cat.
I love her poncho. It's the best.
Why do you all have to look the same?
I'm gonna be streaming through most of the night. Truth to tell you the truth. Actually, you know, if I put this on YouTube, I'll just put notes on it. I'll annotate it and just be like, crappy Ramuh section, continued exploration, Fort Condor rank 2.
Flyer acquired.
I think I only need one more, maybe? Right? Is there a way for me to check quest? I don't know if there's a good way for me to track the progress of my Happy Turtle collecting.
How many hours is here?
What? No. It can't be closed.
We've gone that way.
Keeping them from going topside.
But we haven't really gone this way.
Do you have any idea how much these
That's where we
things
came
cost
from.
me?
Item shop, always good. Yeah, we never really went past Kyrie.
I don't ever think about it. Maybe I should just.
Huh. I know that tune anywhere.
I hear Happy Turtle. Sit up here. Oh, a dog. let the dog notice you. It's like a very sort of random kind of stealth sequence. Mostly just gotta wait for him to fall asleep. Now's my chance. Is it gonna send me back to the start? It's hard to tell. But I am close to where I need to be. It's just like, how long will the dog stay asleep, right? I don't fully know where it wants me to go, besides maybe beyond the dog. This is another conveyance failure, in terms of, that's clearly the flyer, right? So it does want me to go past the dog. Almost assuredly, right? But it's this is a little spottier than I thought it would be. So I guess I have to take it really slow. It's weird. This is a weird segment. I don't mind it. It's just different. So I think it wants me to go around the corner past the dog. Yeah, it's really finicky. I'm gonna want to move the minute he starts falling asleep. It's so funny, the things that we're running into. Like, Fort Condor is super fun, and then the Ramuh battle was like a little iffy, and now it's like bad stealth segment with a dog. And yet at the same time, I'm like, this game rules. And we haven't even really done a lot of the big story stuff. You can tell when it's about to wake up by the amount of bubbles over its head. Sort of. So I need to wait for it to start falling asleep. Right? And then I'm gonna need to go. Not yet. It's almost like a little bait. You have to check your animation. Yeah, see, like, I don't... So... Can I move faster? Is the question. Once I'm up here. I'm not entirely sure. If anybody has a better understanding of what the game wants from me here, I'd love some guidance for once. Because I should be past, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't tell if I'm waking the dog by getting too close or what. I feel like I don't have to go past the dog. Weird. Oh, it's right there. Oh, I thought it was around the corner. If I was a video game person, I would put something beyond the corner.
Are you one of them? So you're trying to sneak a peek at the Merc? Not that I blame you. Boy's easy on the eyes. I'll give him that much.
Weird.
Cut your losses, honey. Unless you like your men silent and emotionally unavailable. Merc's built a wall around himself so damn high, even he can't see over it. He'll never tell you what he's thinking. And that attitude of his.
It's fun to have characters talk about Cloud, and you go, "That's Cloud."
I'm really not here for whoever he is.
Then what are you here for?
For, directions. But I'm all good now, thanks.
Happy turtle. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to hit. Not that even. Inventory. I'm missing number 2. So we gotta find the second one.
That was a close one.
Hate to think how much these bombings were. I think we'll start
Maybe it's up top. Maybe I climb. This is one of the few areas we really haven't been. Is up high. Right? Oh, I can't go there. I was like, what if I just climb the these ladders? So we're looking for one more in the area.
I ain't seen you around here before. Sure you're in the right store?
How much gil do we have? Interesting, we can actually buy some stuff. We can, oh wow, we can actually buy some stuff. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, see, I thought the idea was that the thing was behind the corner of where, the dog was. Oh, I should be able to slide through there.
Thing is, ladies are always.
Instead of doing this.
Okay, everyone, listen up.
Stamp the loyal helper?
The loyal little helper.
Look at him.
Wow, I'm Stamp, the good boy who never stops helping. Captain's given me
Stamp.
a very important mission to buy bread for tonight's dinner. So with his super duper nose, Stamp went into town to sniff out a bakery.
I love Stamp. I'm happy that there's a mascot for the children. I also appreciate, although it's sometimes inconsistent in cutscenes, I appreciate that materia is big and chunky and great. Can I go up here? I can't. Oh, they called me Mogul!
Stamp was able to find the best, most yummiest bakery in the whole city. And from that bakery, he picked out the best, most
Alright, so we need to find one more thing. I want to find the turtle thing before I find Sonon. Trying to think of areas we haven't explored to the fullest. This is probably not the best. This is just dungeon area, sort of. But I do want to find the last. Try to see if, like, maybe it's high up or something. Right, I'm trying to just look for things that are hanging up anywhere. It's a little hard to know. No, we haven't really gone this area. Yeah. Oh, what the?
There's gotta be some way we can reach them.
All sad they aren't here. We gotta be brave. There, don't worry. They'll be back soon.
Here we go. But where's the flyer? Right there, and easy for me to grab. That should be all of them. Right, we only need to find 5? Not bad. And so let's go to Happy Turtle Guy, and then we'll get Sonon, and we'll start doing some stuff. We can even probably try and go back to Ramuh, and then we can do some more. We can do even more for Condor, which it turns out I love. So, you know, that's good. But we should go back to this fella.
What can I do you for?
Oh, hold on.
So, what can I do you for?
This should be the...
Pretty sure I remember putting up a poster near the event, though it's long gone too. Anyone's...
Oh, does he need... Are there 6 of them? I thought there were 5.
Joy cheer that away at the hab. So, what can I do you for?
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we should get Sonon. How many coins do I have? I have 1 coin. It's not enough. Oh, I do have haste. Feels ATB bar faster. Allowing the user to deploy more units. That'll be tempting to get. I have 5 coins? Bullshit.
So, what can I do you for?
Do I? That'd be amazing. UIs. No, I don't. What are you talking about? Alright. See this button where I'm hitting? I guess that's the amount of stock. That's so weird. The UI here is weird. That's so odd. It's a Slug Ray factory. Oh, I have super mixed feelings about how that UI was working. So let's grab Sonon. And then we can kind of continue our exploration. Oh, this is the chest. I want the chest. Interesting.
On the ground floor again.
You're not gonna believe it. People have been talking.
Good. So we'll get our guy. And we'll explore. We'll get to explore more.
I'm back.
So my biggest prediction here
Someone's been expecting you.
What took you?
is that this guy does not survive this story. There's no way he can, right? Yuffie needs to end up with the party.
Thinking how you're nothing like your old man. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. I'm Sonon Kusakabe. I was lucky enough to learn how to fight from good.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about him. Let's talk about something else, like how you've adjusted to life here, indulging in adult
Some dead man
pastimes.
walking vibes. Probably a fun character, but
Which I guess means drinking yourself stupid. Last thing I need is my partner stinking like an over-the-hill has-been. Speaking of drinking, you been to the Happy Turtle? If you're part of Operation Down in One, I take it back. I am there next time you go. Don't worry, I can do adult stuff just fine.
Well, I don't even know where to begin with all of that. But I do know I haven't heard of Operation Down
it's
in
interesting to think of Midgar as this
At
place
any
where
rate, I'm looking
multiple
forward to
people are
working with you,
finding
boss.
their ways to fight back against
Boss? As in me?
One. Well, I've got
Shinra
a few
for
years
a
on my
variety
head,
of reasons
but
and
out
with a
of us
variety
two,
of
we've
methods.
done this longer.
I guess I have.
Like these are just two folks from
Huh?
Wutai.
I could get used to that. Beats being stuck on the bottom rung, that's for sure.
After we get the materia, we can celebrate your promotion at the Happy Turtle.
Yeah. Stupid bird.
Messenger bird? Hell yeah.
Says the merchandise is good to go. Handoff's at a depot and municipal storage.
Okay. Yuffie, Sonon, you mind coming along?
Not at all. Need to scope out the city anyway. Really get to know the enemy.
So I'm gonna
We'll
take
be
a
passing
2-second
through a rough part of
break
town,
after
so
this
you'll
to use
wanna
the
go
restroom,
prepared.
at which
I'll
point
leave you to get ready.
a ton
Hit
of
me up
people will
outside when you're done,
leave
okay?
the stream. And then we'll
right
follow and
there.
do some of this story, and hopefully it won't lock us out from doing more of the exploration stuff. And we are back. Very cool. Hello, Sonon. So we'll do this part first. I do like having this at 60 frames per second. I usually don't care. I think it looks really nice. Surprisingly so. Where'd you go, lady? Oh, there you are. I turned the corner for a minute and I was like,
You
where'd she
guys
go?
all set? Okay, streets are kind of a maze, so stay close.
So Naya, where are we headed?
To pick up your IDs. There's no way to get topside without them.
But I thought GJ was getting our high Ds. What happened with that?
He is, but those are different. It takes more than one ID, or even two, to survive in this town. Don't forget, Midgar was built by Shinra for Shinra.
Those tyrants!
Put the claws away, boss. At least while we're in Shinra territory. Whoa.
think of the Undercity?
Way too crowded. I can't stand it. Ugh, and the stench. How can anyone live here?
I'd agree with you about the smell, but you get used to it quick enough.
And the crowd stop bothering you eventually. The place can grow on you if you give it a chance.
Wait a second. Are you actually saying you like it here? I thought you hated it.
Midgar isn't the enemy.
Interesting to have
I know W's don't really
different
see the
perspectives on
distinction,
Midgar
but
too.
We do.
Then what was that stuff on the news? About a reactor blowing up and all. No way that was an accident. It had to be Avalanche.
Sorry.
What's up?
Those guys there are from the Splinter Cell.
Splinter Cell?
They used to be with Avalanche, but left after
The Splinter
a policy
Cell.
dispute.
Yeah, I thought we would see Tifa and Barrett at least.
So how many reactors is that now? Wait, where's Cloud?
So at this point, he's in the Church of Theirs.
You what?
Sort of like I was thinking
will
in
be
terms
okay,
of where this
though,
was time-wise.
Well, of course he will. A little fall ain't gonna stop a hard ass like him. He'll come swaggering back before long. You mark my words.
Yeah, I guess he will.
Now, can we talk about President Shithead? Spouting all that crap about us? That line
This probably looks totally fine on PS4, but I'm also like, it does look really good on PS5. My thing about this group that Yuffie
the Wall Market's very own Don Corneo has
and Sonon are cooperating with, it's like, I need a better sense of what their end game is and how they plan to get there. Right, like, their end game can't be like policy change, because that doesn't matter. Right, like,
you and I both know this
I
is
just
far
don't
from
know
over,
what they want besides being vaguely anti-Shinra and
Might as well get
anti-corporatist.
some rest while we still can.
Whereas at least like there are mainline forces of Avalanche, presumably in theory the ones left over from before Crisis and all that stuff, because that still technically vaguely exists in this canon.
You know what? I think I am gonna look into this.
Where they are a little bit not like super militant, but also they are a force with the capabilities of fighting
They're the ones who blew
as a
up the reactors.
paramilitary.
Cool.
So it's like
Should we say
this
hi?
girl here, this lady with me, it's like,
Better not.
what is
After what they've done,
what does
you
she
gotta
plan
assume
to do?
Shinra's on their tail.
I don't have a good sense of that yet.
Yeah.
And maybe I've talked
My
over it,
thoughts
but it's
exactly.
like, I don't know.
The people in the Splinter Cell, they couldn't care less about collateral
If they want to
damage,
do it without
long as Shinra
collateral
lives on.
damage, at
So what's
least.
wrong with that? Sounds good to me.
We're not out to blow Midgar up or tear it down. We want to save it from Shinra. Look around. 9 out of 10 of the people living here are
Like, I'm
innocent
glad this
bystanders.
conversation is happening,
We
but
can't level their home to take down one company.
without,
Well, that company
like,
almost
you
leveled
need
our
to tell
home,
me what
and
your
they've gotta learn
alternative
their
is.
lesson.
You
Yeah,
need to.
I get that.
Gotta admit, I'm surprised you agreed to work with us.
We're just
Because
doing
it's
what we
clear
think
that Barrett
necessary
is willing to do
to
very
build a
specific
brighter
things.
future.
It's clear that
That's all
Yuffie and
there is to
Sonon,
In other words,
and certain
you're
members
working
of
with us so we don't
whatever
work with your
Wutai
old buddies,
provisional government
knowing what would
exists,
happen if we did.
are willing
Can
to
we
do
table this
certain
for
things.
later, maybe? Not sure now's the best time for heavy topics.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Consider it tabled.
So, what exactly does this ultimate materia do?
Less clear.
I'm guessing you have big plans for it?
Like after
What
we
some of
steal
these
it?
other folks
Well, the more materia you
plan
have,
to
the
do
stronger
about
you
the
are,
issues
right?
they're having.
So once we've got the ultimate materia, we'll be stronger than anyone.
I guess you will.
It's gonna be awesome!
And not just that. By sneaking into Shinra HQ and snatching their most prized possession from under their noses, not only will we deal a massive blow to their morale, but we'll prove to them that while Wutai might be down, we're not out. That the gist of it, boss?
It sure is!
I'm gonna have to beat up these chumps.
See that one?
I'm gonna beat up chumps.
Hello there, hot stuff. How'd you like a shot at the big time? With those looks, I guarantee you're golden. So what do you say? Ready to be queen of the Undercity?
Hey! What am I? Chopped liver?
Kid doesn't even hear this.
You'll be a good girl and cover your ears, okay?
You'd be living and working in the most luxurious residence in all of
You want me to be one of Corneo's brides, is that it? Which makes you a person of influence, right?
Oh, so you know your stuff. But I'd say I'm more of a helping hand. So why don't you help me help you?
Let's get going.
What are you doing? Get your hands off me!
Now don't go playing hard.
Good hit. Good kick.
Know any kids who can do that? No, you don't, because I'm an adult. Also, I'm pretty hot stuff myself, thank you very much.
Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night, little girl. Wow, if you want to pull up a seat at the
We're gonna beat the crap out of these fellas.
my guest.
I'm curious. Weak to fire. We're gonna synergize and attack. Oh, that guy shot me. That sucks for that guy. This guy's getting beat up in a corner. Sucks for him. See, when we first were fighting the wolves, like, I didn't know what was up. And then Ramuh is just, like, stun lock central, but, like, I feel normal enemies and bosses will be way more sensible.
Boss! Boss! You're not gonna believe this! The hottie of the century just fell right into our lap!
She did?
Goods under the hood, junk in the trunk, and down for a bumpy ride!
You're talking about Tifa.
Sorry, ladies, but after careful consideration, we've decided to go with a more qualified applicant.
Let's go!
See you around!
Okay.
So who were those creeps anyway?
Don Corneo's talent scouts. They'll say and do just about anything to get unsuspecting girls back to the Don's mansion.
The two dogs really did hit hard. The fact that one of them could hit me with a vague dash for like 700 health was deeply surprising. Speaking of which, we can at least try something a little different. That increases magical attack, and will help me learn some stuff. Remind you of any of the leveling up stuff. How well can we level this up, or is it going to be mostly... See how much we can get here. Just like some straight out attack boost. And then Boomerang has a fair amount of SP to it, so let's build this out as well. So that'll still allow me to use Mugs, so I can have it on both. AP up from enemies, sure. Mostly because I want to learn the ability from this. So I want to get its proficiency to max so I can do the good shit. Sonon I have no control over, so if there's an automatic feature, I'm tempted to just use an auto feature. But there might not be. Incendiary limit breaks. Higher health, yes. And we'll slowly build him out. I'm sure we'll find more weapons for him, but it's different where it's like, so I only have control over Yuffie here this entire time. We should consider materia. Don't have a lot of options. Reduce debuff duration, not the worst. Steadfast block will just boost some of my stats anyway. Help me out when I'm guarding. So I can live with that. This is when we're getting into like some of the RPG nitty-gritty.
Now we just have to wait. Wait for who? Not sure. We used to have someone who could make fake IDs in-house, but they went off with the Splinter Cell. We've never dealt with this particular vendor before. Hey, what's up with that?
I might try and take a good screenshot for when I tweet out some more stuff later.
That's what
to remind
happens if
people
you
that we're
don't
still
make the grade
streaming.
as a soldier, or when the military's done using you.
Just another one of Shinra's victims.
Them again?
Also, they tell you not to mix upper and
Shinra's
downers,
so
but I
good
am
at it.
drinking a Monster Energy drink. And taking some stuff. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a good night. Look at this fella. This GTA. Like, haha.
They're gonna scan for those things on the train, so make sure to keep them on you.
Thank you.
Hey, hold up! Try it. You'll love it. Foreigners and their weak jaws.
We should
Everyone's
probably
got weak
head back and
jaws.
wait for Gigia.
Yeah, if I want to take a screenshot, I can.
Enjoy your material while you still can, Shinra.
Look at that. Look at that. Yuffie Kisaragi. Fancy.
Not yet, boss. With things the way they are, we can't just go strolling up to the front gates. We're gonna need Avalanche to help us bypass security before we can do anything.
Back to base. I'm wondering if there's enemies if I go back here or something. The abandoned factory is where he said one of the flyers was. And I do want one of those flyers. Oh my gosh, where is the thing? Give me 1 second. I dropped something. Friends! Friends, countrymen. There we go. It's like I can't find this thing. It's very important that I do. You'll see. We're doing a lot of different things at once. Yeah, I'm deeply wondering about where the last Happy Turtle thing is. Right?
What?
What's up with the birds?
What's this about?
So many birds in her face.
Change of plans. Go to the pillar. We'll explain there. Hurry. Gigia.
Change of plans?
The S7 pillar?
Otherwise known as the roof of the slums. Follow me, guys.
Oh, it's interesting to go there as Yuffie,
Why is it
knowing
just a
what
hurry?
can happen to it later, or will happen to it later.
Well, if you ask me, it's high time things picked up around here.
You like living in the fast lane, huh?
Yeah, I'm not your garden variety Wutaian. I'm a rare bloom.
More like a mutant.
Yeah, we'll do this first mission and then come back and figure out some stuff.
Hey, almost there.
Isn't there someone from Ramuh?
Hey, that's Gigia.
You're right. Hold up.
Hey, I'm talking to you. Answer me. Well,
Look, a Moogle.
I like him.
We gotta help.
You two go after Gigia.
Oh, funky music.
What happened?
That way.
Good stuff.
We might not be back for a while. Let's just stock up before leaving.
Oh, that's like a hint. But I can definitely come back, right?
Back for more? Such youthful determination.
Can I just stop and take on Roche and Fort Condor? Oh, I can! We're gonna fight Roche and Fort Condor. I'm sorry. He has a good spread. Oh, look at these enemies. I don't care for them. Ooh, how am I supposed to win against this? I think it would be from pouring out as much shit as I could. Right? I mean, we could try. He has 2 red, 2 green, and a blue. These reds. Something like this. Well, we get rid of this. The minute I had a chance to get distracted by Fort Condor, I did it. This... This could be a disaster. The sorcerer board doesn't carry as many units. It carries the same amount of units as him. I almost feel like I would rather have the greater amount of units. Let's try it. We'll probably lose. So we'll do at least one, is what we'll do. This is tricky. He's gonna start building up big time units. That'll take care of that threat though. It's just not quite what I'd like. You know what I mean? Although we're destroying his tower, certainly. We're probably gonna lose though. This unit down here is a problem. Yeah, he's pouring out units really fast, so we'll lose. But it's the thought that counts, right? Or so they say. But I'm definitely not building out units as fast as I'd like. That I can probably get down one of his towers, but his forces here are just too much. But of course he's Roche, so you know. Worth a try.
A valiant effort, but not quite good enough. Remember that.
We'll get through most of it. We'll do the story instead. But for a minute I was like, oh, Roach? Fort Condor? Fort Condor is fun.
Whatever it was, he probably did it for us.
We should be fine.
No time for that, boss.
We gotta end up going through here. Well, actually, wait. Alright, we can...
Oh, that is such a cute hat. I love Moogles.
How much skill do I have? That's fine for now. But yeah, we'll do the thing. It's just very fun. Well, here's a question. Has he mastered... No, this dude needs more proficiency on that. And then he'll get the next. We want to build up our proficiencies weapon by weapon. We just do.
Shit. Got nowhere to run. Tell us what you know. Now!
How about later? I'm not stupid.
I want to take a cool screenshot. Look at this dude. He's great.
After him.
Oh, talk about fast. Is he one of us?
It's not the most dynamic thing for me to try and take a cool
You
screenshot.
can ask him yourself once he's safe.
We'll get
Come
there.
on.
Is there a way to just hold to snap button? Yeah, you just hold it. Interesting. I'm learning some functionality while I do some stuff.
I'll give you that. Piece of shit. He's toying with us.
Wow, they're running real fast.
Factory or something? It reminds me of a place I passed through when I first got here. And if it's anything like that, it'll be crawling with monsters. Ugh, I just want to get this over with.
Well, I think if I just hold it, that does it. I'm just curious, like I'm kind of testing it to try. It's kind of fun. Because, I mean, it's neat to have a PS5, but also there's only been so many occasions to really flex my muscles and get used to the back-end systems of the PS5. Nice. These are weak against ice. I want ice! Ice ninjutsu! Ow. Oh wow, that hit really hard while I was doing stuff. What even just happened? What even just killed us? That's surprising. Yeah, this bananas. There's some things about combat here where it's like, I'm flying, and then I'm not. Interesting. Like, all of a sudden, that hurt. Oh yeah, that they hit for like 500. That's bananas. That's interesting. So in these cases, it really is about elements. I mean, I think maybe just in general, right? That's why assess is going to be such a useful skill for me. So like, even if something like that can like hit me, it's kind of surprising. Wait, what was the secret here? There's a way to use multiple ones at once. I forget. I don't think they ever explain it very well during the main campaign. Yeah, now I feel like I'm in more of a stride. These are human enemies, it'll be fire.
Damn it. We should radio the other squads.
Been looking for you.
The hell?
Yeah. Like, sometimes it totally rolls, and then other times, like, a little random monster will hit you really hard. I guess that's just RPGs, but it's very funny. It's very funny to be like, yo, I totally can beat up these dudes with guns, and then have a little creepy crawly monster be like, but what if I nibbled your legs? For... Sheesh. Well, this is just when ninjutsu. Yeah, it really is. Like, elements are huge for Yuffie's combat in a way that it doesn't feel like was the case even for the main game. It's happening during the main game. So this is all happening as Cloud is in the slums with Eris and as Tifa is going off to do all the stuff with Don Corneo.
I know how this goes. If we want to get to TJ, we gotta shut that down. Okay, off switch, show yourself.
Look for the off switch. Oh, it's a timing puzzle. I was like, what's going on here? Timing puzzle. I love her little ninja run. She's super cool. This DLC has really, like, I never disliked Yuffie, but she's such a weird bonus character, especially the fact that her recruitment is like one of the most bizarre recruitment things I've ever experienced in a game, where it's like if you say something wrong you have to do it again and everything. It's just like all really strange.
She's actually pretty cool.
It's structured like an episode, yeah, so you don't have to replay the whole game to get into this. You can just select it by itself, which is what I did. I will replay the whole game, and I will probably stream it. Work is really busy for me right now, and I really want to get my Skies of Arcadius next chapter done. But if that means like a long segment of streaming once per week or something, that's fine. You know, for me, I can stream for like 12 hours straight. Especially if it's something that I genuinely care about.
You guys just don't know when to quit.
This has definitely been interesting, combat-wise, because I think if you treat it with the mindset of playing it like you would play the original, it doesn't work. You really, really need to use Yuffie's particular verb set in an important way. Which means that I'm using Assess way more often, and I didn't even see what their weakness was because I was dodging out of the way. So let's double check. It is ice. Interesting. I can still, interesting, I can still select Sonon for certain things, just not all of the things that I thought I might be able to. I don't like the knockdown attacks. in these games. Sonon's like using his shit so immediately. Yeah, we'll synergize and finish off. So like a lot of these make sense, but it's definitely like Yuffie, and maybe it's just my perception, there's a fragility there in the sense that like she is fast, but she feels so dependent in a way that I think is ultimately good on really knowing an enemy's weaknesses. Way more than Cloud or other characters that you've played as.
10-4. Be there as soon as we can. Unit 3 says they've got the suspect detained near pillar maintenance. We better not keep them waiting.
What? Pillar maintenance? How'd they let him get that?
Well, if I know. Come on.
This means we can do some interesting stuff heading back to the Ramuh fight. Like that shit feels good, and then every now and then you hit a monster and you're like, shit, I don't know your elemental weakness, and it hits you really hard and pins you to the ground or whatever the hell, and it doesn't feel entirely great. Let's get some multi-use potion action going on. A boss fight will be interesting because that's definitely what this will build towards. And I hope that it's relatively straightforward. I imagine it will be. The movement stuff is kind of cool, right? Of just having a more mobile character that can lead to more vertical spaces that aren't just like climbing a bunch of ladders. I'm thinking of all the shit leading up to Sector 5.
Yeah, works for me.
Oh, this is almost like a puzzle too. That's great. It's like hardly a puzzle, but it is. A little bit of environmental fun. So I appreciate that.
Bet I can finish him off first. You're gonna get what's coming to you.
Sleep tight.
And our heroine triumphs again. Mercy! Mercy!
That's not their weakness. What is their weakness? Oh, I can mug them. Fire? Ice. So it's mostly ice and a couple other things, which is like... I can mostly live with. I couldn't steal any items from you. God, take more damage, please.
Got it.
I was trying to dodge away from that because I knew it was a grab. I'm just trying to see what other interesting things we have. Oh, the position that they were in for that was perfect. The wind really bounced off. Not bad.
So what you think? Aren't I just awesome?
Yeah, this is better designed than the than the Sector 5 stuff by a wide margin, I would say. Right, this is more interesting a way to navigate with the game space than some of the other stuff that the base game had been doing. Oh, let me hit that, I was aiming. There you go. These are still nice. Yeah. Perfect. He got me right there. Not bad. I was gonna use a big synergy attack to bonk a bunch of them. Oh, there's materia there though. I want it.
Which was...
About Avalanche, how it's changed.
Oh, that.
These people are too soft. But those Splinter Cell guys, they sound like the ones who...
Oh, good conversation! Good conversation!
I know what you mean, though.
Good conversation. This is good dialogue. This is what we need. Let's figure out this. I can't throw well on a thing, can I? No way. Right? But I can climb up. Yeah, everything about what just happened there was good. It was like the correct conversation for these characters to be having in that moment. And this will end up getting me the materia. Perfect. And this is great. Elemental materia. Oh, so I could junction something and make an elemental wind or whatever. Junction, I say, as if that's not a different game. What is his materia? Phew, excuse me. Provoke, yeah, sure. Item master, less sure. Like I could elemental fire him or something, but I'm not sure if there'd be a good reason to do that. If I can level up. Like thunder or something. The arrangements of these is weird. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out what I want here. Might leave as is. What is prayer material? Is that the same as doing chakra? No, pray is just HP restoration. What would that replace? I don't guard a lot, so... I'm just thinking through some stuff, right? Of like, what would be the best option here? Guess we're gonna go back and go where we came from. Oh no! Hit up. Running left and right is a little bit more sensitive than going up or down. For whatever reason. I need this to turn. Or not? Wait, where am I going again? We had it right before. We just gotta go behind. And go across. Please move. There we go. She was getting caught. It was weird. You see her getting, like, hitched up there for a minute? It's a little unclear what was happening. I do like this movement overall, though. Broadly, very cool, fun dungeon.
Try treading a little lighter this time. No point fighting if we don't have to.
Yeah, I know. Gotta be quiet. Very quiet. As quiet as a mouse.
I was like, of course we have to fight it. Ooh! It's like a mid-boss. Oh, whoa. The like a weird ass cassowary. Fire and ice. So I can still sort of... Why does he just fight like one of the monsters from... That's like some Kuluyaku territory.
No sleeping on the job.
That's gonna hit me though. Give me your items. I'm just focused on the combat now. Now it's starting to flow a little bit more. Yeah, limit break. Nice.
All right, it can't be far now. Let's get our rears in gear. Big G little O go go go.
Yeah, I'll risk using some magic. That's fine. I can live with it. Assess is like so useful. On Yuffie, it's super surprising, the items. Conveyor belts through storage. Message me. Oh, weird. They're just like, destroy stuff, and I'm like, yeah. That's my hope. Is to destroy all sorts of Shinra property. What a funny way to get, like, potions. Of them just being like, here's a bunch of things that you can destroy. And I'm like, yeah. These physics engines aren't gonna pay for themselves. Wow, that's actually, it's giving me a significant amount of high potions and other things. Yeah, I wish Assess didn't take up a materia slot either, but for now, it's just been so phenomenally useful a skill because I like not knowing elemental weaknesses on these enemies by like just having played the game so much. I don't want to say it's like super problematic, but it's like if I knew a little bit more, like I wouldn't need to use assess, right? Oh, they rank you. That's funny.
Up ahead, the building just screams important.
That's still a flat texture, skybox texture. Weapons. My proficiency, because I'm not using Brumal form a lot. I've not found Brumal form worth it. So, I don't know. I'd rather take the risk on a new... maybe on just a new weapon in general that I apparently picked up somewhere. I think after beating the scary bird, maybe? We really lose out on materia on this one though, right? Is the downside. But I don't hate it. And we just gotta keep on working his... I need to use the abilities more often than I have been. So let's remember to have him using Swirling Storm more. My whole thing is that I've not been micromanaging Sonon very much at all. Which I feel I should probably do. We lose some magic attack and some defense, but I can live with it. Yeah, it's like, you know, I almost want to do like... But the downside is if something's like not good with fire, then that becomes a problem, right? But this parry materia just needs to go by itself. Subversion. Dispel could be useful. I just don't have a lot of good things that pair together great yet. I do wish I had a better grasp of increases damage dealt proportional to character's current HP. So if I'm at higher health, I'll do more damage, presumably. Is the notion there. I like these downtimes of like trying to figure that stuff out. I know it's not everybody's favorite thing to do in an RPG, but I feel like it always breaks up pacing in dungeons in a way that is worth your time.
Why do there have to be so many guards?
I think you know exactly why. Gotta say, you might call this place a maintenance facility. It looks more like an arms factory to me. Let's keep it
These environments are great.
Can't afford any more mistakes.
Like, my commentary has devolved into like, this looks pretty, and the answer is, yeah, it looks really pretty. It's exceptionally good looking. It's like really nice. Oh, what do we got for deals? Special Phoenix Downs. Special Mega Potions. We have a fair amount of high potions, fair amount of mega potions. Weapons and armor. I want an accessory for Sonon. I'm going big. You can just sell materia? Weird. I guess I've never thought to do it because it's such a valuable thing to have. But our buddy here needs something. And we need to start working on having our synergies ready. Which means banishment is a thing I need to use. And a couple other things are things that need to be on the table. Like, I need to start using them. Yeah, the music so far has been pretty great.
Now spill it! Who gave you that information?
Oh, we gotta save our bud!
Oh, his name was something like Heidegger?
Wrong answer! I'm gonna ask you again.
All right, I'll tell you. It was Rufus.
You don't say.
Or was it Hojo?
I like this guy's swagger.
Ready to do this, boss?
Born ready.
Great.
He has all the exaggerated swagger
A diversion, huh? I like it.
of
But don't forget, I'm the
I
leading
know.
lady.
I'm the leading lady.
Hey you, evildoers, over here!
What the hell? Who's there?
That's exactly what I was hoping you'd ask.
Oh, this rules.
Action!
Oh, are you for real?
As a beguiling ninja, as the world's greatest materia hunter. But who am I truly?
This rules.
Sighted onlookers wonder no more.
She's here.
The single white rose of Wutai. The one and only Yuffie.
Ah, she tried.
Never mind.
It's just some kid.
Right?
Hey! Who are you calling a kid?
Super clumsy. Gotta do better than that. Yeah, this shit's dope. I like Sonon too, even though right now his personality is just the straight man. It's pretty good.
Who are you anyway? Science. Got eyes on hostiles. Requesting backup.
Oh, boss fight. Oh, good shit. This thing is gonna be weak against lightning. I've played games. ATB, please. And abilities. Lightning ninjutsu. Oh, ow, damn. Ah.
It's a containment reason.
I know that. How are we supposed to dodge those things?
By not letting it launch them.
Ow. A lot of damage. The head is staggering. Trying to do a lot of damage if I can.
Or maybe it's doing one of those tactical retreats?
Thunderous banishment. Oh, we're gonna fuck this thing up. It's gonna be great.
Might as well.
On the wall. Although, to be fair, right now this monster was... It was very much like, suddenly centipede.
It's spitting little critters. They've got lasers too. And where there's lasers. Thought you had me.
Oh, damn.
So now you come crawling down.
This will make things easier.
You mean, motherfucker.
You in pain.
Ugh, I thought I could dodge. Ow. drones more than anything. The range of that thing is a lot to handle. There we go, that got us into the next phase. Oh, damn.
Looks like it wants to get serious.
Oh, you'll make it serious, all right. Dead serious.
Sonon's almost at his, missiles are sneaking in and getting me. Can I get you with this? Yeah, we should get it right there. I thought we might be able to get it finished off with a limit break.
You see that?
That's how ninjas do it.
Yep.
Nice work. You saved my ass.
It was nothing.
Well,
not bad.
I did earn you these. Employee ID cards. They'll get you into the Shinra building. And pretty much any floor, basement included. That's where advanced weaponry's got their lab set up, and where they conduct their materia research. If what you're looking for is anywhere in that place, it's gonna be there.
Got it.
A remake 14 crossover event.
Word is,
I mean, it's
Shinra's
been
got something big
so
lined up for us.
such a fucked up year for developing any game,
Sector 7.
let alone adding extra fun
Whatever it is they're
doohickeys
planning, you're better off out of it.
into
I'ma go report to the
into the
others.
thing.
Good luck up there. See you soon.
Yeah. Next time, I'm buying. I'll show you how Wu-Tang's really party.
Deal.
Don't forget to tell the Splinter Cell about Sector 7, I mean.
I won't.
Well, boss, sounds like we better get going. Let's head up as soon as you're ready.
Ready!
I wasn't ready for that picture. I'm trying to take some decent pictures as I play.
What's going on?
Oh, they grabbed the like middle of the road avalanche people?
To think this is where those bastards plotted their attacks. Right under our noses.
Oh, they're being blamed for the other
Too bad
attacks.
they made
Maybe.
it out before the military could get here. Like chickens flying the coop.
Probably best if we don't stick around. Let's catch the train.
It's interesting for her to lose the cloak. Ready for the exciting shit though? I'm gonna compose a tweet live on stream. Y'all are gonna lose your minds. Ready? I'm gonna remind people that we're streaming. You're gonna go, this is stupid. Media gallery. Exciting. Not bad. That's actually pretty badass image there. I'm just looking at the things that we did manage to grab. These are all cleaner because I was trying earlier. Well, the alternative is something like this, right? Look at all this Fort Condor nonsense. That's always fun too. Fort Condor owns? We're gonna spend a little bit of time playing a little bit more Fort Condor. That's just the truth of the matter. Unless I've missed my chance to play a lot more Fort Condor, which would be a bummer. I'd be very sad. The other question would be the last... we gotta find the last of the things. We need to find the last of the flyers, which I have no clue where they would be. It's just the one, I think. So that's not terrible, but... we'll see. I'm just tweeting out a thing. This is the boring part of the stream. It'll all be annotated. how it goes. We should find... There's like no real indication of... I mean, we could go to Chadley, right? We could just go to Chadley and be like, I'm gonna beat up Ramuh.
Can I assume you're ready to do battle with a virtual summon?
Which seems far more possible now. Our other Ramuh stuff was just like... Boy, what a situation. Don't ever put me in a situation. Cool. Some of the it's still this annoying thing where a lot of the staggering, like that, I can dodge that last bit, but it's like trickier. And I'm not... take a lot of damage if I'm not careful. Like, I don't know, it feels better, but not as good as I'd like. Like right now, Sonon just feels like a tossy. Health at me guy, which is partially true. Sonon's gonna get got in a minute. If I'm not careful. Summon sparks. Ooh, oh. Weird. These are they targetable? They are. It was like, it was really hard to see if I could target them. Well, we have a few things we can do. We're gonna do 2 limit breaks at once and see if this just destroys him. Yep. I was like, what if we just blow up him?
Thanks to the data you provided during your battle, I succeeded in developing a new materia. One might say you were faster than lightning. And with the Lord of Levin on your side, your enemies will struggle to keep up.
Do I have to equip? It's just a summon, a separate summon materia. That's right. Proficiency on banishment is doing pretty good. What's Sonon's? Swirling Storm is what we should get him through. and then kind of go from there. Nice to have him have an element, right? Let's give him an underpowered thing. We'll give him fire, certainly. It's a little unclear to me if any of the things up top of the map will show me where things are. I certainly can't go back in here. And yet there's something on my map that says, like, you know, that I could in theory. I think I missed my chance to do a lot of Fort Condor? Hard to say. I will say, if anybody knows where the last of the flyers are, let me know.
Get it. So I've been thinking about it, and I know just what you need. Round to Fort Condor?
You gotta be. Didn't I tell you I'm not in the mood? You know what? Fine. Why the hell not?
Me and Jesse, Fort Condor. I think I'm missing, how many of them? There's only 6, right? I'm missing the last one, I think. Oh, her board! I need to find the right people to challenge. These rank 2 people seem intensely stronger.
So kind of you, taking time out of your day to help me.
Do I get Condor coins no matter what I win? Like, could I just fight this guy again? Right? Or would it be a problem? We can try that, right? Blue beats red. He doesn't have a lot of blue. Red beats green, which he does have a lot of. He has 1 red. So we could try something like this. I need better boards, I feel. This shit's dope. It's too good. He just has no hope. Not a damn hope. Right, like... It's no good. It's no use. Like, this becomes basically victory. If I just kind of go for it, right, and just keep up pressure, pressure, pressure. Well, maybe not entirely, but I do get pretty far. This guy, this elite guy is gonna just take out a lot. Oh, he spawned stuff pretty far forward. I'm surprised. You should be able to take out most of these here. I don't know, this guy could get what he wants. It's really hard to say. Yeah. He's building up a lot of units really fast. I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to lose against middle manager. I'm gonna wait until we can pull out some big guns again. And then we'll pull out the Grenadier here to deal with his riot trooper as well. I wish I had a little bit more control over my view of the board, which I don't seem to have a great view of. Oh, he's really just pouring in. Oh no, those are me. I was like, I feel like he's pouring in a ton. We're gonna go into... Yeah, a little unclear to me what was going on. What if I tried a different board? Like, really... I want to be able to pump out units way more. Heli Trooper not as great of a... No, Heli Trooper not the worst investment. So I should be able to put out more units than he is able to put out. Like, you can see the speed at which I'm able to produce units is much higher. Just from like a general sense. And the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna put out our elite here. We're gonna give it haste. Which is pretty good. And then I think we get another elite right here. Like 2 different elite troopers. Yeah, the ATB pace of this board is nicer, I think. Yep, this is just like considerably better. I like assassin boards more than I like sorcerer boards. And it's like I can just keep up pressure here with things that are basically elemental weaknesses, or, you know, like, not elemental weaknesses, but functionally the kind of same principle. That guy's gonna drop. It's like we have an advanced unit ahead. His thing is that he starts to output a lot of units pretty quickly as well. And now my job is to just put out things that can fight off and push past the lines here, which are mostly red units. Guard dog will go down. So actually what we want is this big hitter to come up in a minute. Because this is victory right here, basically. That's a blue one, which is interesting. It should be done. Yeah.
Now to apply what I've learned.
It's probably the trades, keeping them from going topside to make them up. Oh no, they just forgot.
You're gonna love it, honey. Fort Condor, morning, noon, and night.
You're gonna love it, honey.
Wonder what they got up to.
For real though, if anybody knows where my last turtle flyer is, like, you can just tell me. That's fine. I'm okay with it. Where is Turtle Fella? What things can he sell me right now?
So, what can I do you for?
Does he have like an assassin board too or something? I want assassin board 2. Arranged unit for use. Remain stationary, spawns slug race. So this is just a factory. Still useful. The one to the southeast. What, like maybe down here? Potentially not. Unless this is the one with all the cats, with the balloon, right? So we got this one. Yeah. He mentioned one in an abandoned factory. Which I think just means going through here, quite frankly.
First, I was planning on making that mark.
I just wasn't sure if maybe there was another lurking somewhere, but I'm okay with doing some side quest-a-palooza for a little bit. Getting some more Fort Condor done. Although really, are there any long-term rewards to Fort Condor? Or is it just me being like, I'm gonna beat up some people? Either way is good. But if there's like a cool tangible reward, I'm down with it. So we're looking, oh, I heard a happy turtle jingle. Behind some boxes? Happy turtle jingle. Just gotta find it. For Condor owns, they should turn it into a mobile game. There you go. Instead of all the other weird shit. Yeah, we definitely haven't been this way. What is that? Chakra materia. That's kind of fun. Instead of needing a proper healing spell. Damn. What are these ones? Ice.
Not too shabby, Sonon.
Just gotta look around for that happy turtle. I know there's some sort of Fort Condor contest, but a lot of the opponents seem really intense. I like that assassin board with the faster ATB, but I'm worried that I won't be able to keep pace with
Got no time for small fry.
my horrible enemies.
Run like a chocobo.
Got them.
Why'd they bother?
This is kind of like where we were. I'm hoping that maybe a Fort Condor thing. There we go. Right? Is that it? No. That's an avalanche poster. I was like, ah, it's it. We found the thing. We didn't find the thing. I was hoping we found the thing. We just gotta look around until we find the thing. It's gotta be around somewhere. We probably won't finish all this content today.
Bet I can finish him off first.
So these fellas don't like. Ice. Not bad. Where is it? Where is it? I want to find it. It's in here somewhere. Oh. Well. If ever I was going to hide a scary or like a hidden poster in a game, I would definitely hide it where like this weird ass shit is. Fire, I'm gonna guess. Ice. These are also weak to ice. I'm surprised. Oh, I guess they're slowing down my ATB. Ow. That's what teamwork looks like.
And one to grow on.
Nice.
That's a good word to describe me.
That's the good shit.
Legendary.
If not, materia at least. What is that? First strike materia. Heavy turtle? There we go.
Gotcha. And that makes 6. Won't old Snapper be impressed when I rock up with
turtle.
these bad boys?
The happy turtle thing is interesting to me because there's definitely something in there about the commodification of culture in response to the overwhelming forces of capital, right? And it's there, there's hints of it there, but it's not something that's super being talked about. It coming out of the controller is very good.
Please, it was a piece of cake. Only these Midgarian dummies would find that a challenge. Speaking of which, here, for a fellow tough nut.
Would you look at that? The chow beans. Does this mean what I think it does? Well, what do you know?
What cool reward do I get?
Paying old Snapper a visit. Truth be told, I'd love to have you round to the bar, but
Is there a bar? Is there an actual
you got
bar?
your hands full. Not to mention the whole underage thing. Still just a youngin', I suppose, ninja though you are. Well, I don't plan on moving from Midgar anytime soon, so once your shell's seen a bit more wear and tear, make sure to come on back. Whip you up the finest food and drink this side of Wu-Tai. Only the best for you.
Magnifying
If it isn't my
materia.
favorite ninja, good to see you again.
So I'm wondering then, what are people's suggestions for really stepping up my Fort Condor game? And who's a good second tier person to start honing in on? You know? That's Jesse. What is all that? Huh. Scott Boulevard. If anyone has suggestions, let me know. All of the indicators that were on the top of my... Oh, wow! I didn't even realize that photo mode just existed. It's kind of limited.
And this Fort Condor stuff. Keep at it, kid.
Interesting, though. To kind of poke at. I can change the exposure. Angle is weird. It's not really angle. Tilt is its own thing. Huh. Is this accessible during combat? Can I freeze combat? That would be interesting. How do I take the picture? What is the button for taking the picture? You know what I'm saying? this well, no, because this captures all of the data on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? When I take that picture, it doesn't get rid of, so it has to be this. It has to be like this. There we go. That makes more sense. There were some things going on there that were weird. But also, legitimate question, can this be done in battle? That is genuinely...
Enough already, Shinra. I get it. I should be up there with them.
something I'm curious about.
Not that I'd be much use, but still.
Jessie's got a heck of a lot more going on for her than a cute smile. You remember when...
Just messing with like potential tilt out, please. What is it clipping into? Maybe I'm just too physically close to her. Oh, you know what it is? It's hitting that beam. It's actually like so. You see, it's bumping into the beams. You can use it in battles and cutscenes too. That fucking rules. I really wish I had known. I'm gonna be taking screenshots for a while we do stuff. I'm just testing some things. This is just camera mode shenanigans. Camera modes are too fun. I promise I won't stop it during every moment, but I'm just experimenting with it.
Again? I mean, no skin off my nose.
Let me see if I can beat Jessie with faster ATB. Oh, she has so many potential units to choose from now. She's green heavy, which means my red reliance is good. I wish I had more. I want Assassin Board 2 or something. You know what I mean? What do we have for greens that can deploy relatively quick? Well, we definitely have a lot of different things now. What's her main color reliance? Green and blue. Slug facility for 5. And if we had another facility of riot troops, maybe? It'll be hard. She has like way more tools to use than me. I'd be curious if anybody knows where to find Assassin Board 2 or some other better boards. Because this is gonna be... this is gonna be gnarly as fuck, actually. Her unit speed is like... I need to get my barracks out now. Yeah, man, she's got all the moves. Look at how much she's putting out there. That's bananas. How specifically do I rank up? Do I have to defeat all these fuckers? Right, like, that's my one thing. I'm gonna start outputting tons and tons of troops. My only solution right now is factories and then to build out more stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna potentially eat through my reds unless I start putting out like real high quality reds. I'm gonna up haste on those. And I'm just gonna start like really pumping out soldiers. Right. I think it needs to be factory, 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 right? This is winnable right here. With the sheer amount of troops that we can pump out here because of the factory units, this could be a victory. Like, let's just put bodies on the board. Like, this is like the Fort Condor equivalent of Zerg rushing, right? Of just like populating with as much shit as we can to destroy. Yep. Perfect. Cool. So that's our solution.
Well, can't win them all.
To some of it. Oh, look at that though. You can during cutscene photo mode stuff.
Ha ha, laugh it up. Now leave me alone, would ya?
What's that I hear? The sound of the world's smallest violin?
I think we could get Roach then if we focus on barracks. It'll be tricky. His board seemed intense. Really intense. And what I want to do is I want a ton of units on the board that I can haste. You know what I mean? So like, I want I want a bunch of riot units on the board that I can just blast with haste or something like that, which would be really nice. If I can get assassin board 2 or something, very good. His units are really beefy, but that means his cost for producing them is going to be really high. Yeah, my only downside here is that I don't have what's his main color? He's pretty well balanced. The greens will take out his bigger units. The reds demand blue, which I hope that the riot would do. This low-level security officer seems fine, but we have the shock trooper, so we have an opportunity to fit in a different blue unit there, I think. Oh, he has the board I want. So he's going to be outputting units fast. But if I'm able to do it with factories as opposed to other stuff, like, that's fine. Because what we're going to do is we're going to get Slug Ray Factory up. We're going to use fire here to just buy us time to defend, right? And we're gonna start building out a variety of things, which includes just barracks, right? Although that barracks ends up getting destroyed. We need things that can destroy red. He's tough. He's genuinely... He's tricky in a way that it's not like I'm unprepared for, but I need to shore up my defenses here or it becomes a genuine problem. What I can do is haste all of these so they attack faster. And then what I can do to mess with him is put a factory up here. Right? I could Slug Ray Factory up there. And as I build up, I put another. Although we need a defensive advantage down here to finish off this guy. The missile launcher is quite robust. Right, it's rather robust. But the pressure that's being built here is not terrible. And we'll have time to build out our second factory. And now, what, he's gonna attack one of my towers? Like, whatever. And I'm gonna start pushing forward with probably this elite unit here. And then we'll burst forward for like this blast ray. This is gonna go to... Oh no, we finished. I was like, maybe it's gonna go to sudden death. So we got him there. Factories are like a big help.
Well played, my friend. And to think, I thought I'd best you easily.
Wait, did you just call me your friend?
But of course, with
Not
that
bad.
display of passion, you've more than proven yourself worthy. Henceforth, you shall occupy a place in the pantheon of my closest companions. When next we meet, it will be on the open road, the wind in our hair. Just don't make me come looking for you, my friend.
Battalion Board 2.
Wow, that Shinra guy really.
But who's left? Is there a third rank person? I feel like I did something to my map and it used to show a bunch of objectives at the top and it doesn't show them anymore. Is there a button that I messed up there? I feel kind of like a fool. Just gonna hit a bunch of buttons for a second. There we go. I must have tripped it without noticing. Does Chadley have more shit he wants me to find? Oh no, there's something in the base that I guess I just never completed. Is our level 3 buddy gonna be Biggs? Or whatever? Oh, look at that. It's gotta be. Is this the last one?
So, I couldn't help noticing your Fort Condor set. Got time for
People who are making Fort Condor sets in Midgar are making a lot of money right now.
Pretty sure I'll hold my own. I eat experts for breakfast.
Oh, is that right? Well, you can talk the talk, so let's see you walk the walk.
Scary. Battalion Board 2. He has a Board 3. Look at that. Look at all his shit. You know? That's... Huh. Right? Like that is... a lot. I have a helicopter, which is good. We want our factories, right? We want our barracks. We need red things to defeat his blues, but he has some high quality. I don't know how I feel about this one, friends. This loadout feels deeply insufficient because my ATB is so slow. I wonder if I go back to the turtle guy. he'll give me some more love. What's he building? A sweeper? Shit. sweeper is a genuine problem. We really got to build up some stuff here. Well, the sweeper will go down. And we need to start building out more barracks. Misplaced use of cure, haste, probably. We're gonna put up more barracks. And we're just gonna start going, right? He's gonna start eating these fuckers alive, though, unless I do something, which might mean helicopter time or something. This is too much. I can't keep, like, look at that. Yeah, I can't keep up with that. I'm wondering if there are more units to buy from Happy Turtle Guy now. That will help round this out, because this is astounding. We might be getting there. If I can put up more barracks, that's his helicopter. That must be his helicopter, right? Oh, that helicopter. If I put a barracks here, we can take out that helicopter. We're going into sudden death, baby. And he is a... He's very much at advantage. Yeah, I'm just not entirely sure, right? So let's go see what we can do for... Shut up, Wedge! Give me 2 seconds. Look at Yuffie. This DLC has made me love Yuffie in ways that I was like unprepared for. Where I'm like, you are so much fun. Why are you like... I'm like, I like Dirge Cerberus or whatever, but it's like... We're kind of boring back then. Assassin board 2. Helicopter. Assassin board. So Assassin board feels like my win. my trump card. I won't have as many potential units like a diverse amount of units, but I will presumably be putting them onto the board with equal speed. Which means he has a lot of greens, which is fine. We need slug ray time. So we need something like this, approaching this, where I can output a lot to match his output. The difference is that some of his stuff is just super powerful. If I had Assassin Board 3 or something, which I don't even know if it exists, if somebody looks it up and tells me, oh, Assassin Board 3 exists, that would win. That would be the way we win. I'm less sold on this. When I could have like lower unit but still fairly high value. That's a 7 cost. And yet it's pretty tempting. You know what I'm saying? Let's try it. My board is stupid. Let's try it. I'm putting a helitrooper there to delay. Because one of the next things I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna put up a factory. I'm gonna put up a ton of factories. And then eventually we will put up I want to toss a helicopter onto the board. I'm letting everything build. Well, yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to let the helicopter build. I think that's funny. I'm surprised by how many of my units have ended up being not quite what I planned. This seems better, but all of those I think are his. Right? So we need to start putting out more stuff on the board again. Which just means factory, factory, factory. Pushing stuff up. That's still my helicopter? That's funny. And let's just start feeding things up top the board. Right? And get another factory going. And I guess we could get, you know what? What if we had 2 helicopters on the board? This is greedy, but I think I'm gonna try it. It's like such a waste of ATB. But his bases are so, they got so much going to them. Did I do it? Damn. Helicopters. It turns out.
Not gonna lie, I didn't think you had a chance.
Helicopters are pretty great in Fort Condor. It's just the fact that you really have to buy time to build them.
Are ya? Looks like you've got your work cut out for you, my furry friends.
Not bad. Is that the last? I can challenge rank 4 players? What the fuck is a
That was everyone, right? Including the
rank 4 player? What if it's Barrett? It can't be.
Want it now?
Where's Happy Turtle? There he is. I was like, I ran past him. Let's see if we can buy
If it isn't my favorite ninja. Good
any
to see you
more
again.
interesting units. Cutter. Sledgeworm for defense. I don't know, the cutter seems fun. Because defense has not been the thing that's been winning me fights necessarily. It's Chadley! Fuck!
Hello, Yuffie. I finished reviewing your 4th Condor
It's
master
Chadley.
class. You exhibit what
This
exploring
little
balance is
bastard.
called the ability to perform in the clutch and the heart of a champion.
Hate
In
him.
combination, these traits make you the ideal player. That being the case, if it I'm sure you'll kick butt.
What other VR missions are there? Just the Ramuh one we did. I guess it was fine to go back and do it. I'm gonna annotate pretty much everything I do. Grandmaster board. What's his ATB deal? It's barracks after barracks after barracks, but he's outputting officers and a couple other things. All right, so let's really work through this. Cutter I'll keep. Helicopter I want. Oh, hold on. Let's... Slug Ray, yes. I don't need the elite Hellish Trooper. Riot Barracks, yes. I don't have any barracks that produce reds. Shock Trooper's just a better value than Security Officer in a lot of ways. Right? Just trying to think. Armored Shock Trooper for 5. Why do these have... Why are these the better value? Why are Riot Troopers the better value than the Shock Troopers, despite their rarity? I'm tossing out a bunch of barracks. And I guess my next question is... Oh, you're right. He spawns... Okay, yeah. This is gonna suck, maybe? I don't know. It's so heavily dependent on... Hey, Heather, let's... I need to build up to another factory right here, right now, because he's gonna start putting out his. His output is high. Right, it's not what I'm looking for. Like his ATB pace is bonkers. So there's got to be a way to get this done, but like that right down there, big problem. Like his pressure game is really good. I'm wondering, yeah, like he doesn't have a lot of ATB, so his unit diversity is like not great, but like he's I want to retry this and try and figure out, you know what I'm saying? We gotta get up there up in front fast. I think some of that is barracks, barracks, barracks. And then one thing we're actually going to do is send that cutter forward. And I'm going to start to build a barracks, like, pretty up close, I think. I want to save up to the helicopter, which might not even be worth it. It takes too much time. Yeah, I want to reassess my...
Shame, it was a close match. Maybe
Shut up,
next time. If
Chadley.
you'd like to participate again,
You
you're
always
more
say
than
it was a
welcome.
close match. You're full of crap. How much is the hammer guy? Where is he? Is there not? Oh, I didn't buy him. So maybe an armored shock trooper. An elite shock trooper. Guard dog. These are all pretty high spend, but I get my stuff pretty quick. I mean, you don't have to backseat too much in chat. I know you're thinking aloud, but it's also like, I will figure it out. It's a puzzle for me to solve. The stress partly being a puzzle for me to solve. You know what I mean? If there was an Assassin Board 3, that'd be amazing. Well, yes to barracks right away. Yes to big guy right away. The barracks gets bashed though. So I wonder if it's big guy first then barracks. So we just slowly think our way through it, right? We diagnose. First thing he's building is just something we can match. Although not really, they hit, man. I'm a bit unsure. I think this is a board that can win, but I need the right opening move entirely. Right, I just want bodies. And then I want more factories ASAP. Which means I want these fuckers to hold and push. And I want a factory even closer up. Right? I need to see what I'm doing. I need to push, and I need to push like really fast, really quick. A thing I can do is now I can bust out my armored guy, right? Armored guy is gonna come up. Yeah, see, it was just about really figuring out that right opening move. As this pressure comes in, we're gonna have one fella here, and we'll just have them duel out. Because he'll be able to take out that fella. And a big thing, like our line's gonna get drawn back, but we're hitting a lot of the necessary notes that we want. Right, to hit more and more barracks, to push. Although we're losing it a bit. Because his production is insane. So we had that momentum for a bit, but I don't think we can get it back, actually. It would be, I think it's really hard for us to get it all back, unfortunately. Yeah. So close. But we need to keep up building up front. So doable. We saw the path to it, right? Which is I need more building capabilities, though. But it is winnable. There's, like, I see the pathway. It's just his production is amazing. And I need to match it with my own very swiftly. And among the things I need to do very swiftly is attack, enemy pressure. Just things that can go up and attack. Right. The more things I can have on this front line, ultimately the better, sort of, but it's hard. I don't fully know the solution here because his production, like, we were pushing him, so I need to keep up that forward momentum a lot. Yeah. So this is doable. It's fucking bananas, gnarly shit. Alright, well, if he's gonna have a bunch of those, we need a bunch of these. And then if he's gonna have a bunch of those, we're gonna need a bunch of, like, we just need production. We drop some poison. It's hard. We had so much momentum in a couple of those matches that it's just, it ends up being genuinely difficult because our ATB speed just can't quite match what this dude is doing, which means I'm just constantly doing my best to produce factories while letting some heavier enemies do a hefty amount of work. But in general, I can't really match his production in a way I'd like. But I can keep on just pushing troops up. But I need to build another factory soon. Specifically a green factory down here to deal with these riot troops that are going to be coming down. Although guard dog down here can do some wonders. Yeah, that's a problem right there, though. It's just pure attrition, right? Where you think you have it, and you just kind of don't. Like, I cannot keep up. But we might be able to pick up the pace in sudden death with the right dudes. Please don't destroy one of my condors. Yeah. I'm unsure. His speed is the issue. Do we know if there's an assassin board 3? That'd be amazing. I'm asking that sincerely for the handful of people who do seem to know a shit ton. Some of whom I've probably scared away by being a bitch. But if there is an assassin 3 board, that'd be amazing. So this shit needs to... We need to immediately put the kibosh on that. Put some poison on these chumps. These 2 factories cropping up here is just like kind of nightmarish. Yeah, I'm not fucking about. This needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast. It means units, units, units. And then I need to build a factory, probably. Maybe not. Oh, this, yeah, this starts to actually be problematic here. Well, wait. If we did something stupid, damn it. The dream. But the dream is dead. It's just not enough. I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm wondering if this sounds so funny. I'm wondering if lower cost units that I can spam in the back line become like a really solid option, like a bunch of 3s, maybe 2s, right? Like I'm gonna lose tons of viewers doing this. Whatever. Do this while I start to build out. Barracks. Alright, just like spammable units. As I hold these lines. Right? And as the line moves up, I can drop. start shooting shit. Might not work the way I want it to. This side is a little tense. But you can see the formation of a strategy, which is just build a wall. And as things progress forward, occasionally build things as the line is pushed up. For instance, you'll see in a second. We have our big guy here, right? And we end up dropping a few things here. This helitrooper will deal with those. Well, this line is being watched by these fellas. We can worry about making another factory like real close. With more slug rays. Although I think I just lost it. His output of a few fucking things here is just way too much. Or so it feels, right? Like we want to just start outputting a ton of stuff. His slug rays are going to start coming in, which is a huge issue though. Like this whole wall here, I cannot stop. It's too much. Look at all these troops. That's fucking absurd. I actually don't have a solution to this. Like if I don't get him in sudden death, I actually don't know the solution. Or you know, if I don't get him. Right, I think it's doable, it's just... This is Final Fantasy Remake. I won't do... If I fail this one, I'll come back to it later, but I want to try one more time. In fact, I want to try with 6 ATB. And just drop some big shit to hold these lines here. And as the line moves forward, I'm actually just going to drop poison. And see what I can do to build out a lot of shit. But his ability to output a lot of stuff is kind of chiefly frustrating, right? Like, I don't have a good answer for it. Like, look at the amount of stuff he's outputted. It's an astounding amount of things. But it definitely becomes this thing of like, gotta push forward. Right? And even if I can build a base this far forward, right? But I can't sustain that pressure almost at all. Right? Like, look at that back half where he's at. It's a lot. All these dudes here, problem. Shock Trooper needs to step up to the game to really deal with it. But we're gonna start outputting a fucking ass ton of stuff, and so is he. It's too much. Again, it's just too much. I cannot break through in a way that works. Alright, he's gonna kill one of these birds. Can't stop it. It's intense. I'll have to figure out my plan. I don't know what materia he gives you, so it doesn't bother me that much. So we'll just go with main story. He's intense. His, like, the way his economy works is, like, no way. No freaking way. It's just so much. Pretty much all the time. So we'll roll with it.
We can worry about that once we have boss. Boss, I don't think we'll be back here anytime soon. So make sure you're ready.
So this is the cutoff.
Okay?
So the only thing I would have to do, well, let's...
Good call. Can never be.
Video game, please. Let me save before the moment where I'm going to beat Chadley. This is PS5, and I believe the DLC is only PS5. Someone in chat can correct me on that.
All set, boss?
I think we're good here. Let's roll.
You can tell by the nice, silky smooth 60 frames per second, which I told people in chat earlier, I don't really care for too much. Or at least, it doesn't really matter to me, but...
Only a limited number of trains are currently in service. Please note that the Sector 5 Undercity station is closed until further notice. Thank you.
Splinter Cell's done its best to make things hard for you. Miss this train and there's no telling when the next will be.
Those people don't do anything, though.
Like it's now or never, guys.
Like, what do they do? Barrett's bombing stuff. Yuffie and Sonon here are gonna steal shit from the company. What does this other group of supposed, like, Avalanche, like, mainliners do besides sit around and talk nice? It's really bothering me.
Oh boy.
And I guess that's partially the point. I could write a whole article about some of this. I'm not going
I'll
to.
be fine. As long as I'm standing up. Don't laugh.
I'll have to finish this probably sometime tomorrow.
Melfi always got motion sick. Chocobos, boats. Sure trains would have done it too.
Who is Melfi?
My sister. She trained under your father at the same time as me. And she had such promise. The war was ending. But a Shinra mech went haywire near a crowd. And she had to do something. Rita Zerlin's coming to him.
Yeah.
They do. But I'm not your sister.
Oh, it's me, President Shinra.
Are we on schedule?
I love oil money.
Yes, there will be no delays.
Please, Mr. President, I am asking you to reconsider. No, begging.
Poor Reeve.
The Sector 7 Undercity is home to more than 50,000.
Director Twisty.
Reeve hasn't discovered a vocabulary for actual resistance yet. Like, it's just not in his, like, actual vernacular.
Progress requires sacrifice. Learn to live with it.
Like, that's a dude who seems to think, like, he's powerless. And you're like, dude, you ain't. And then he's like, what if I made a robot cat? And you're like, yeah, I get that. We're getting a rate of 4 people. Amazing. Exciting times.
Look at all these people.
Let's get this over with.
Excuse me, I have some questions. You work for Shinra, isn't that right? Then would you care to comment on the rumors that Sector 7 will be the terrorist's next target? They're going to hit the reactor, aren't they?
Dude, if you get in my face, I'm gonna fucking smack you.
Stop right there!
Not me.
Get the hell out of here.
He's just like getting in people's faces.
You're up, Heidi.
We'll have to go back and beat the crap out of
Come on.
Chadley.
Hold the door.
My playthrough's not very exciting. This whole day I've been very low-key. Not quite as much
The basement. Advanced weaponry.
juice as I'd like.
Going down.
If we don't finish this today, we'll finish streaming tomorrow. It'll be a 2-parter. They are in an elevator with Scarlet.
Just perfect.
You there. Sit down so I can step on your neck. Everyone's like, is that really necessary?
But oh, how the mighty are fallen. Wu-Tai colluding with Avalanche and resorting to terrorism? I always thought the Wu-Taians an honorable people. They used to be, certainly. But now they're nothing
You
but
literally
blood-sucking
destroyed their
flies buzzing
country
around
in a
Shinra's
violent,
face.
like, weird corporatist assault.
Would Would you not agree? In light of recent events, I mean.
Are making them outsource like all of their cultural products in like the crassest way in order to make them survive.
Smile.
It's not great. Fuck you, lady. I will stream through the entire game, which I've already played, but it'll be nice to replay it. Yuffie plays amazingly well. She's like, I like her more than
I think not. Foreign visitors should take the scenic route.
Tifa, and I thought Tifa played really well
to meet our latest autonomous weapons.
in the game already. Yeah, 2 to 3 hours though means I'd be playing until 5 in the morning.
Damn it! I'll never get a better chance. That was Scarlet, Director of Advanced Weaponry.
I was just checking because certain things don't let you, because look, it's a literal war.
Calm down, Sonon.
It's a literal war where like the capitalists just decided we're gonna blow up
Remember, we're here for a reason.
the people in the East with all the materia and shit that we want.
I'm sorry.
Bastards. But you can photo mode. You just can't do much, but you can filter.
Don't be. I was ready to strangle her myself. And that's before she sent us off in the wrong direction.
I want like a really good Yuffie pose that I can take a picture of. My fucking Twitter stuff is all Yuffie right now.
Only one way to find out.
A lot of games let you activate the mid cutscene. The most robust one that I can think of is the Order 1866 or whatever. It even in cutscenes it lets you do a lot of movement, which is, or at least I recall it being able to let you do a lot of movement, which was pretty great actually. More games should just let you do that. What's my weapon situation? I will continue to level this up. I'm just not gaining a lot of AP. But once I get my other thing, I'll swap back to this. Which is why I'm doing that. And then Sonon. He's only at 50% proficiency with Swirling Storm. This is the better weapon. So it's like I might just call it. It almost feels like I should call it a lost cause. Can you play as your other party member or only Yuffie? I can control his actions partially. We'll see what I'm talking about when I finally get into combat again. We got too distracted by the amazing excitement that is Fort Condor. Oh, interesting. That lowers a lot of stats, but does up attack. Let's go with that just for a little while now until some things increase. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, over there. I was like, where am I going? That's nothing but an upgrade for Sonon. Tempting. Yeah, why not? Some of the materia in here is like not quite what I'd like it to be. He has 2 first strike abilities. Oh, that's stupid. What are you doing? Do ice in case you need it. Ice and fire. Fort fucking Condor. Fort motherfucking Condor. Put it on phones. Don't put your battle royale on phones. Even though I'm sure it's probably a perfectly fine mobile battle royale. But give me Fort Condor on my phone.
Just look at this place. Weapons here, weapons there, weapons everywhere. They're ready for some serious action.
Here we go.
Duh. Unlike my old man, I'm not some lazy drunk. I fight for what I believe in. Something he'd never understand.
Wonder how he's holding up.
Behind bars, you mean? Not well, if the government's got anything to say about it. Good on him. Jail's where he belongs.
That's my master you're talking about. Mind laying off him a little?
You know what? Let's drop.
I'm just restoring
Not
boxes
exactly
for
my favorite topic. It's only gonna make me mad. More important.
My God, you people are dead to bored.
Ah, Scarlet!
Luckily, I know exactly how to line things up. With a little experiment. Just don't go dying.
What a troublemaker.
That might yield very interesting results now.
Bosses? Enemies? What are we fighting?
You ain't got nothing on me.
Photo mode. We are going into lightning stance. Ow! Don't zap me! Abilities. Swirling Storm is the one that he needs to build his affinity for again. I'm just curious to look at what photo mode can give us. So you're gonna have to deal with it. It's not as free as I'd like. Just messing with it for a minute. Alright, just messing around. I think it's fun. But we also need to... I'm just testing this. It's fun to me. Y'all are gonna be mad. I love it. It's just kind of fun. You also have the ability to synergize, and then you can sometimes use a variety of things. You want the good stuff. I'm just messing around. I'm just playing around. This is gonna kill the amount of people watching my stream, right? Like, they're gonna be like, I don't care. I think it's fun. People are gonna be like, why did you do that? Like, I don't know. It's like there's gotta be more. It's just a bunch of waves.
Unit calibration complete. Initiating combat data collection sequence.
What do we got? Oh, more stuff. You get zapped. You're gonna get zapped again. Jesus. It's just fun to mess around with, I'm sorry. That's so bloomed out that you can't tell anything about what it is, right? I just think it's entertaining.
And for being such good sports, you may now leave.
Why did I ever think for a second she'd be nice to us? She knows damn well it's gonna be a pain in the ass getting up there. Gotcha. There we go. Honestly, how do I do it?
There's a little bit more environmental stuff, which I enjoy. Boost me, boost me.
And go.
I'd leave him down here.
Okay, get to climbing.
Let's see if that gave me... It did. So I'll go back to... this, which I will eventually have a lot more. He still needs to do more to get proficient with the other skill. So that's what we'll do. I just think photo modes are neat.
Director, the intruders are about to reach
This
the
one doesn't
research
have
facility.
quite as much control as I
And
hope.
we'll let them. Meanwhile, find out what it is they want. You do have eyes, don't you? Then you can see that while they are simpletons, they've made it further than any normal Wu-Taiyan ever could.
Normal Wu-Taiyan? They are ninjas, clearly.
Ninjas. And they've come such a long way. We simply must roll out the red carpet. My trusty steed should provide a fitting welcome, I think. Keep me apprised, would you?
Ma'am, cut system power to the research facility. Bar access to confidential data, then retrace their steps. Find out why they're here. Above all, do not let them out of your sight. Sir!
We're gonna fuck these dudes up.
Oh, Materia, where are you? Gotcha!
I love destroying boxes. Every game should just be full of boxes that I blow up. Oh my god, is that the start of...
Is that Materia
What is that?
I smell?
End of the line, Wu-Tai scum! Are you ready to die? Never been slayed!
Weakness to fire. Ah! Ow! Fucking assholes! I'm just trying to see what photos we can get. It's fun. It's like a game within a game to me. Not bad. All the music has been really good. It's kind of to be expected, but still. I can't make my entire stream me getting cool images, but I don't know. The start of my stream was me like desperately trying to beat the Ramuh fight while just not prepared. I fought him like 10 times. I was just like, oh, I can't do it.
Talk about hitting the jackpot. This must be where they make their materia.
Maybe, but they're not what we came for. Let's keep moving, boss.
After I grab a few souvenirs. Gotcha!
They are very generous with the amount of items that you can find.
Level 1 power grid.
I don't know. This has been really interesting in terms of like exploring some more Avalanche stuff and a little bit more Wu-Tai stuff. it helps make the world feel far more complete than it felt in Remake. And Remake already was going to efforts to make the world feel a lot more extant. But this feels like a space with, like, I don't know, actual, well, can I, tell me I can just use this. Yeah, what we're doing. We have our, R1 plus triangle well synergized. Well, we're using that. We're just gonna take all their materia. Skill master materia, what even is that? Weird. This game is bizarre because it's going to incorporate stuff from Dirge of Cerberus. I know it does. I don't know the full context of how it does, I just know that it does. Is this where we came from? Hard to tell. This is definitely where we came from. When you're in a room, a place of just pure industrial corridors, it's like only so many things that things could be.
Access denied. No floors currently accessible.
Oh, not in the mood, huh? Fine. We'll find another way up.
Take the stairs! The answer is we're gonna have to climb this fucking thing. Climb the fan. I don't know. Actually, I have no clue. Where the game, I guess, assumes I should go. I'm just trying to see if there's anything I can destroy that will create a new pathway, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, there's one more materia. Yeah, where am I meant to go? Look at that little kick he can make her do. I didn't even realize that. I wonder. Like, it's really unclear to me where I should go. Could it be back out in the hallway? They're not gonna make me really retread steps, are they? That feels incorrect. So in here somewhere. But what? Oh, there we go.
Is that a security grate or a ladder?
Oh, I was like, yeah, of course I can grab onto. So I was right, I just didn't see the prompt to jump onto the pipe.
That's weird. Not even a whiff of materia up here. But then there's nowhere else to go.
I was like, it looks like all the other things we can climb on, but I could not see any, like, I was like, they're not letting me jump to it, so. I was supremely well, not supremely. I was just confused enough to be like, quite do that, but it does triple AP growth of any materia that's in it.
We'll bring Shinra to its knees. Get your butt over here.
I'm on.
That's a fun one. That's a weird one.
Don't pull any punches.
If they're human enemies, then fire is the thing that they're almost certainly susceptible to. It's just a lot of sparks. Oh, ow! We got. Soldiers! Stop it! Ow! I'm surprised we haven't really had to use too many of these.
Come on now. Up and at it.
Ow! Ow! Stop it!
I'm just getting started.
Fire.
Don't lose your
Oh, I got hit by sleep? Huh. Ah! Stop it! I don't care if you're part of Soldier. You can tell it's getting later because I'm a little quieter. Still fun. I'm definitely like, playing a bit. Ooh, what the fuck are you?
I'm gonna go to town on these jerks.
Armored magic trooper. Huh.
Pleasure.
I don't remember how to do the fun thing.
Ready?
All right.
I simply beat you a beating.
I'm just trying to get good pictures. I'm sorry. It's fun. It's super entertaining to me. I need to find a better enemy to do it on.
What's a good word to describe me? I'm thinking legendary. Gotcha.
Is that supposed to be the beginnings of like the prod clod? Oh, am I gonna have to fight it? That could be scary.
Level 2 power grid online.
Power grid! Good for us.
Initiating Mako energy saturation. Deploying security grid.
Not long now, my precious. You'll be safe in my arms soon.
Entry lock released.
And what do we have here? A secret materia vault, perhaps?
A trap. Whoa, what? It really is a bunch of materia.
Employee identity confirmed. Access granted. Occupancy limited to 1 subject. Proceed to gate.
Training?
Might still be worth a shot. Could be something in it for us. Just be careful.
I wonder what they're trying to make me do. Shinra Box Buster.
Run like a chocobo?
Well, I certainly beat the score. Is there advanced training?
Access granted. Occupancy limited to 1 subject. Proceed to gate to begin training exercise.
Oh, I guess it's based on how well you do in the trial. I'm not gonna mess around with that too much. We did okay. I'm okay with it.
Hey, Sonon. You remember what Naya said about helping us? That it was necessary for building a brighter future. What did she mean?
Well, we know how it is between Utah and Avalanche. We're never gonna see eye to eye, and we're bound to come up against each other someday. But when we do,
I skipped over some dialogue there that I kind of would have liked to hear.
they don't see the world how we see it.
And when you look at the world, what is it that you see?
Homes burned to dust. Plumes of gun smoke. Bloodshed.
Me too. And then
Well, this is where we came from. What a weird thing to put that there. Video game. Not so pleased right now. I was like, an elevator, that seems correct. Turns out, no. Not correct at all. Those bastards. I feel like I might need to finish this tomorrow. Not in a bad way, but just more. It is a getting late sort of way. There we go, I just went to the wrong side.
Oh, come on! How could we have gotten so lost?
Easy now. Focus.
I know. Spare the chow bean?
Sure. You ate it!
You sound surprised.
Man, I'm glad you're here.
Likewise.
It really helps, knowing I'm not alone in all this.
Yeah, same here.
Think I found our way across.
Right. Shall we?
I like that. I like how the solution tends to be, I have found the way across and it will be destroying a thing. I'm just taking a bunch of pictures, I'm sorry. I will annotate all of this on the Twitch archive, or the Twitter YouTube archive. I can't talk.
You called?
It's not who I meant to hit. Oh my god!
Back to it.
Wasn't prepared for that shit at all.
Just one of those days.
That thing hit. I mean, it was literally bombs, so. But it was very surprising. It's so funny, it's like there's very little need to buy items in this DLC because they give them to you so readily if you're just paying attention to the environment, which is good. But I don't know, there's something interesting about shopkeepers just in general, about there's not as many opportunities. I mean, there are, like, when there are, it's like Fort Condor or something. But there aren't as many opportunities to play these games such that Yuffie and Sonon are really engaging a ton with the people of the slums.
Sonon, check that out.
It does look more important than the others.
This has to be it. Oh, sweet baby, come to mama. Can't see squat.
Oh, this none of this is good.
I need more light.
I don't. You know, I'm sitting here like. Don't know how to feel about weird tubes. It's never led to anything good in the history of Final Fantasy VII. They're always like, inside this tube is this terrible monster we found ages ago.
Deploying security rig.
Now we're cooking. Material ready or not.
Or we're getting some of the more original pieces. Not, you know what I mean, like the OG Shinra stuff. Is that materia? Holy shit.
Man, another stupid dud. Quit holding out on us, Shinra. We're here for materia, not these dorks. You're going down.
I want to see why can I not summon my wonderful Bahamut or Ramuh? Is that only when I'm low health? I don't recall. I don't remember it in the slightest. That seems sensible. beam! I get hit by a beam! I'm enjoying this mode too much. I'm sorry. You all must suffer with me. Everyone's mad at me by now, probably. I find it exciting. Why is it immune? Shit. What is it weak to?
You're gonna get what's coming to you. Get your butt over here.
I'm on it.
I want to get a shot of that. That's my problem. I'm a freak who wants like a handful of really good shots. This is how I play games. I'm sorry.
So, have you found out what they want yet?
Y'all can deal with it.
We think so. We can't
It's
say
3 in
for
the
certain
morning.
as their behavior is erratic. But they appear to be searching for materia.
Excuse me? You mean to say that these savages have gone to all this trouble for materia?
So far as we can tell, yes.
How very dull. Be that as it may, I suppose I should talk to them.
Ma'am.
Enjoying yourselves, I trust? All by a simple hologram? How precious. But I know just what you need to loosen up a little after such a long journey.
This is like, I'm enjoying every second of it. Even though I don't have as much energy to it as my day goes on. I streamed for work, and now I have to stream for this. I have to rest tomorrow, and the weekend is busy for a bunch of different reasons. You know?
As guests, it's more about what you want, and I think you'll find it just up ahead. Hurry now! Don't keep me waiting.
What? Oh my god, Heather, please.
So boss,
what?
What are you thinking?
You get to say that to me, but only you.
Now we're walking into a trap, I guess. But it's nothing we can't handle, right?
I'm gonna keep on playing, it's fun.
Better myself.
But boy, I'm sorry for my photo mode hogging. Shut up, Scarlet!
This is where we push every piece of ordnance to its limits and beyond. Such tests are an invaluable part
Scarlet,
of the
shut up. And then I'm on a podcast on Sunday too, which is exciting. Talking about it. Turn A Gundam. Turn A Gundam. We're mostly in a good spot.
Selection confirmed. Initiating ordnance deployment procedure.
I don't know what I confirmed at all. What did I select? Are we going into Deepground? Is it fucking time? Weiss the Immaculate? Let's fucking go. Although that's a data fight, I think, in the main game.
Test will begin momentarily.
Oh, Deepground! Not yet.
Beginning analysis.
Yuffie has an entire parry system that I just haven't used. I need to know what these things are weak to. They're weak to wind. But when are they vulnerable? Here we go.
Analysis concluded. Continuing trial. Select ordnance type to deploy for this trial.
Oh, it's driving me bonkers.
Selection confirmed.
Get me to the fucking hardcore Deepground stuff. We might be getting to a point where I actually need to say, hey, I'll finish this tomorrow.
Subjects approaching test site.
It's entirely possible. Am I a Deepground fan? I find Dirge of Cerberus fascinating. I don't know if that makes me a fan of anything. I think it's fascinating. The fact that there's an entire separate, like, campaign which exists that was only in the online version of that game for like 2 months in Japan is super interesting to me. Like, there's just a lot to oh, how'd that miss? It's a bummer. There's it's a lot to it's a lot to take in. Damn, that hurt. Did we lose? I'm gonna waste it. No, not really. I think Deepground can work as a concept. I just think the way that Deepground was used as a concept was not great. I didn't mean to use wind ninjutsu there, so I need to change to lightning. It's just weird. Oh, you're talking about Rosso the Crimson. Did you know that in the DLC version of the fight with the new fight with Vice the Immaculate, he uses all those weapons, you know, which I think is hog bonkers entertainingly interesting in a way that I was not prepared to deal with. I'm gonna see if I can get a good picture of me doing some limit break action here in a second. Yeah, that's what we want. That's the good shit. He uses all of their weapons. In what can only be described as what looks like one of the hardest fights that you could possibly imagine for a game like this. He has the two gun sword katana things. He has Azul's big cannon. And then he has Rosso's weird spiral-y sword thingy, I guess? I don't know, it's on YouTube. I will eventually fight it and have a grand old fucking time.
Subjects approaching test site.
Should be very good. I don't like this section of the game at all. This is the first time I've played a portion of this game and been like, this feels a bit padded out. Oh, it hurts. Stop it. I don't know, I'm trying to find the best angles for, like, cool shit. What are cool abilities? This is me right now, taking a lot of pictures and alienating my entire audience. Please tell me that we're done.
Select ordnance type to deploy for this trial.
Is it a maze? Am I stuck in a maze of monsters?
Initiating ordnance deployment procedure.
Yeah, we'll definitely finish this tomorrow. Once I'm through whatever the fuck this section is, I think.
Beginning analysis.
They're all robots, which means that most of their weaknesses are like... That would have been a fun one. Needs to be towards like a human enemy though. Ah! Did we win? Sonon?
Analysis concluded. Beginning final test.
Final test. What could the final test be?
Selection confirmed. Initiating ordnance deployment procedure. Subjects approaching test site.
You don't look so scary, except for the fact that it probably is. Oh, fun. Why do we have to refill our limit gauge again? Ow. I need to consider the possibility that lightning is actually not working on it. Yeah. The minute I saw it was starting to discharge stuff, now I'm just talking like boring game stuff and not like design stuff, but I was like, the minute that it started like discharging it's like random shit. See if it has any cool items. Turbo Ether. Not bad.
Seems I may have underestimated how resilient you ninjas can be.
May have? How about
She completely underestimated how resilient ninjas can be. We've all done it.
Let's see how you fare against what I have in store for you next. It's quite the treat, I assure you. Only the best for our honored guests, after
Deep
all.
ground, deep ground, deep ground, deep ground, deep ground. Let's do this, lady. Show me your weird ass techno Tron soldiers. Hit me with it. I like the way she sits down. It's cozy, it's good. That's all you really need. There's barely been any status effects that have really necessitated my being like, I need echo drops. I cannot think of a single time.
Where are we? That thing can't be operational, can it?
We better hope not, boss.
At long last, Wu Tai's finest deigned to join us.
Give me deep ground.
You've performed admirably.
Quit acting all superior. We both know you're afraid of us.
Is that so?
Deep ground.
Well, maybe I am.
You should know there's more where we came from. Lots more. And you'll never see them coming. Just imagine a whole clan of ninjas landing on your doorstep.
Oh my!
She's great.
Must do something right
And good for
away.
you, Scarlet, for
Well,
having
you
fun
can't.
with it.
Don't say that. Won't you at least give us a chance?
Oh, she's getting straight into it. This is...
Allow me to present the latest innovation.
I don't care much for this because this is just Gaius Balsar getting inside of Ultima Weapon. Look at this fucking thing.
This'll be a memory to cherish for the rest of your lives. All 30 seconds of them.
What? Bananas. It's like an actual boss fight. Shit. Ah, turrets. Ah! Probably lightning. but I didn't even get to see. What is your weakness? Lightning. My other question is if Scarlet has a separate weakness from... Scarlet's weak to fire. I'd rather attack her than attack, you see what I mean? See how she's weak? Oh, not enough distance. Ah! Oh, we're gonna have some good times in a second. Oh, come on, lady. This is when I summon Ramuh. Oh, damn. Yeah, this is gonna be worth it.
Is it cool if I bring a friend?
Oh, this is just like all gnarly. I need to take the pictures, I'm sorry. It's amazing, I love it. It's too good. I know I'm alienating 90% of my audience. Ah! Ow! Energy is shooting from everywhere! What? Huh? Oh, it's Ramuh. This is a tricky predicament to be in. I'm gonna cheat. Holy shit! This is actually a cool boss. I wonder if you can parry some of that shit. Ah! I need my butt up. I want a good picture. Get me fucking up. That's hard. Oh, that's gonna hit hard. She has a lot of phases. I'm genuinely impressed. Yo, die! She's got to give up eventually, right? I was like, what if I just really focus on the cockpit? That's the, you know, the one way to kill a mech? Kill a pilot.
Mobile enough. Should have known those actuators weren't up to the task. Time for an overhaul.
Hello? My. How the tables have turned.
Oh, good, fun laugh.
Proud of yourself, little savage.
Oh, don't call her that.
What are you doing?
You not nice lady. Oh, it's time. Oh boy. It is some deep ground.
Sleep well.
It's really just Vice.
Vice? This is a surprise. To what do I owe pleasure. These idiots want to digitally replicate me, so I'm indulging them.
All set.
Transporting.
Such a random tangent. I'm gonna fight him later.
When will Shinra learn? There is no replicating you. They ought to know better.
I'm sorry, I'm taking a lot of screenshots here because it's so weird to see these characters in the remake.
What'd you do? Tell us!
Is this how it's done in Wutai? You just howl until you get what you want.
That's enough, Sonon. I got this. All right, lady, out with it. Tell us where you're hiding the new materia. Don't play dumb now. We know you've been cooking up something super powerful.
Well, well. Wutai must have some highly skilled intelligence operatives.
Shut up, lady.
That, or we have a mole in our midst.
Reeve.
What was?
I'll check on it.
All right, but make it quick.
You are correct that we're in the process of creating an exquisite new materia.
A huge materia.
However, it is far from complete.
Yeah, right. You must think I'm stupid.
I've played the original games.
You. Regrettable though it is, other plans have been deemed a higher priority.
What other plans?
Well, just between you and me, my colleagues and I are going to drop plate number 7 on the slums. And then we're going to blame it on Avalanche and Wutai.
I don't get it. You're gonna drop a plate? And?
Oh dear. I think your friend might have run into trouble. Aren't you going to save him? Quickly now.
Fuck you, lady. Not before I break every box I see. Oh my god. It really is just them.
No clue.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
Just hit me with it.
there is no ultimate materia. Not yet. She said it's still in the works. And she mentioned something else. They're gonna drop plate number 7.
They're gonna do what?
They're gonna drop plate number 7 on the slums. Apparently.
Part of the sector.
Wait. So GJ was being serious?
This is bad.
Trying to get a picture of her beating up Deepground.
We may not have the material, but we do have good intel. And we can't afford to let it die with us.
is all stupid, and it's gonna be the worst stream archive, but it matters to me. I just want a few deep ground attacks. Oh, weird. I'm having a field day with this. Please understand. For me, this is like... This is pod racing. They're weird, they like disappear. Oh, they might kill me as I goof around. Hey, they're gonna get me. I just want a good photo of these fuckers. This is like nerd city for me. So I'm sorry if I've been... The discovery of photo mode has slowed everything down. It's incredibly entertaining to me. I'll beat them up. I want like 1 or 2 good hits. I'm having so much fun with it. It's just too good. Seeing these characters again is like so interesting to me. So I'm like, all the momentum of this gameplay session might be sapped, but it's like super interesting to me. I'm dicking around here because I'm gonna save after this and finish tomorrow. I'm just also just trying to get good Yuffie photos. Because she rules! This has been good. I know the... I will annotate I will annotate the entire stream of like, here's the Condor section, here's our failed Ramuh section, here's some Deepground shit. We'll do all sorts of stuff.
Somehow, I seriously doubt it.
Can I fight Vice?
Oh, man, I so don't want to go back out there. But I don't think we've got a choice.
Where's the one where it's like, you can fight Data? Oh, there's a bench here. I guess all that means is that I lost MP. Worse things have happened. Yes. I think what we will do is save. One of them is a save so that I can beat the shit out of Chadley. That little piece of shit. And then the other is I will finish this tomorrow because it is 3-something in the morning. And I don't know how to say no. And also, I won't do as much photo mode stuff. It was a tool, a toy, and I wanted to do it. We streamed for about 7 hours or so, so, you know, take it as you will. Of course, I'll run out of steam near the end. I love all of you, and I will see you around. Goodbye.